Welcome in, folks. This is the 494th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon, I guess maybe it's now evening over on the East Coast. Thank you so much for being here as well, guys. We have so much to go through today, and we're going to be hopping into that here in just one moment. But as always, if this is your first time tuning into the live stream, welcome in. I'm Dean Withers, and for 4 hours a day, every day, we talk and debate people that we disagree with. Typically, we're talking to Trump supporters. The first debate of today is going to be a little bit different, and you guys will see why here in just one moment. But, you know, as Forrest Gump said, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. These streams are like a box of chocolate. No one knows what we're going to get. We try to adhere to and uphold productive dialogue, but it usually just ends up being a rational, sane person talking to a rational, insane people. I guess we'll see what we get today. Now, folks, before we hop into the first debate, we already have the first debater connected to the live stream. Let's quickly go through the breaking news. It's official. Trump has lost. Today, the U.S. Supreme Court has issued their final judgment on Donald Trump's executive order number 14160, which is the EO Donald Trump used to try to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, as unconstitutional. 24 days ago, they issued their preliminary judgment, but after each judgment, the Supreme Court gives 24 days to the opposing party to appeal the judgment. Now, the United States of America, the Trump administration, publicly stated that they were going to file for an appeal. They were going to protest the Supreme Court to reconsider their decision. They never did. And now, as of today, the ruling is final. So that's breaking news. Super exciting. It's good to see the law upheld. It's good to see the Constitution respected. And frankly, I don't know if it's just my self-interested reasons of wanting to see Trump lose because of the madman he is, but it's good to see him lose. It's good to know that America's winning and he's crying about it. So let's go ahead and hop into that first debate of the day. This is Ask a Christian, and I actually invited him to join the live stream. There's a very specific reason why, too. Ask a Christian is an abortion abolitionist. And that's a little bit different from being a pro-lifer. In fact, let's start with passing the mic to Ask a Christian. By the way, if you want to share another name with us, so I'm not consistently calling you Ask a Christian, feel free to. But why don't you tell us what an abortion abolitionist is and what the differences, Abby, thank you for the galaxy, are between abortion, being an abortion abolitionist, and being pro-life?
Sure. I mean, that's definitely a great question. And so with regard to like being an abortion abolitionist, right, we would affirm that unborn babies' lives should be protected, right? Protected, from conception. And, one would not want to like make exceptions for a lot of like edge cases and things like that. But with regard to like that position, some of the other people on the panel that you're speaking with, they would be, much better representatives of that. And I could kind of go into that in a bit, but the main thing that I wanted to speak with you about was about basically morality. Like, what is the grounding of morality? And I do want to say a few things. One is that, I do generally want good things for you, right? I want you to have a good relationship with God, right? To trust in Jesus Christ as your Savior. To have a meaningful, right? Like a meaningful life. And, the Bible, it says, what does it benefit a man to gain the whole world but to lose his very soul? So even if you look for like meaning in all sorts of other things in life, like if you look for meaning in pleasure, in fame, in, everything else, like you look for it everywhere else, it will not ultimately, right? It won't ultimately, give you this sort of thing. So basically, my overall question is consistent. So my question is, have you ever done anything wrong, Dean?
Yeah, I've done things that are wrong. I'd like to clarify the reason why I invited you to join my live stream. For everybody in the chat saying that it's lagging, I don't think the live is lagging for me. Maybe there's a momentary lapse from the TikTok servers. But anyways, so the reason why I invited you on the panel was to have a conversation about your normative ethical commitments to the abortion abolitionist view. That's why I joined that panel that you were on. That's why I invited you and anybody else on that panel to join, was specifically to have a conversation with you about many of your commitments. So, I asked this guy what it means to be an abortion abolitionist and how that differs from being pro-life. And he kind of preluded to a couple claims, but I just want to clear this up, folks. This guy and other abolitionists, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't think that women should be able to get abortions if they're raped. You don't think that women should be able to get abortions if they're minors. You don't think that women, I guess girls should be able to get abortions. You don't think that women and girls should be able to get abortions if the fetus is a product of incest. And most importantly, you don't think that women and girls should be able to get abortions if it's to save their life. And more so, you don't view, maybe I think this is what I heard described on the live stream that you were on, you don't believe in the double victim clause, which is you don't think that a woman or a girl who gets abortion is a victim of society imprinting onto her that it's a good or fine thing to do. You think that they're vicious, cold-blooded murderers who should be sentenced to death. Because that's what I heard the host of the live stream that you were on saying. And frankly, that's what I heard everybody on that live stream saying was a core tenet of what it means to be an abortion abolitionist. So to be clear, do you affirm that women who get abortion should be sentenced to death, idealistically speaking? Do you also affirm that victims of rape and scenarios where pregnant women are going to die if they don't get an abortion should be denied access to it?
No, I don't believe like a woman who gets an abortion should be sentenced to death. But here's a few here's a few things. So one principle is should the child be punished for the crimes of their father, right? The crimes of their father or the crimes of their mother, right? Like if you look at like my own personal story, when my mother was pregnant with me, my biological father, he didn't want me. So he went and he beat my mother, right? And he sent her to Planned Parenthood, right, to go ahead and abort me. But, you know, as pro-lifers or abolitionists who were standing in front of Planned Parenthood, they showed her, you know, hey, this is how a baby grows, this is how a baby develops. And that helped dissuade her from going through, you know, with that abortion. But then when she went back, my pro-choice biological father was unhappy, mission failed, baby's still alive. So he beat her again, and he sent her back another day. And so my mother, she even ended up being on the abortionist table, right? She almost achieved the goal, right? Almost a victory. She was on the table, and the abortionist walked in, and he said, you know, he looked at her, he saw that she was young, she was 20 years old. And he said, is this your first time? She said, yes. And he said, get out of here, I'm tired. So if it weren't for a tired abortionist, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be speaking, right, to you and to anyone else. And so the funny thing is that what you're trying to advocate for is punishing, right? Punishing unborn children for actions that are completely outside of their control, right? There are many women
like
who have
rape
had,
or the life of the mother.
What you should be focusing on is stopping rape, right? Stopping evil and stopping degeneracy, right? Saying, hey, we need harsher laws against rapists. We need to ban pornography, right? We need to ban this sickness, this disease that's infecting our nation. We need to address the causers and motivators of rape. We need to help women be able to defend themselves and things like this. And you know, ultimately, they need Christianity. They need a objective moral foundation. Because without this objective moral foundation, you're just going to say morality is subjective. And if morality is subjective, then people can do any sort of evil, and then your worldview would be the sort of worldview that promotes rape, that promotes abuse of women, and all of these sort of evils. So I guess my question for you is, does your worldview...
I'll respond to everything that you just said first.
So do you have a worldview that can account for moral facts? Can you account for saying that rape is actually wrong instead of it's just like a preference that you kind of make up in your head?
I'm going to ask you to do a couple things here. I timed you with everything that you just said. You spoke for around 3.5 minutes. I will ask you just to try to be more concise with your words so we could keep a flowing dialogue. The second thing is, yes, I do have a worldview that can account not just for moral facts, but objective moral facts. And third of all, we're not talking about our meta-ethical views. If it becomes relevant to the conversation about our normative commitments, I'm down to have that discussion, but only if it is relevant. And right now, I don't think it is. So I want to respond to everything else that you said. So you gave me the story about how your mom almost aborted you. Okay, and then you added on top of that that she was beat and coerced into this. Okay, we all disagree with that. We all disagree with like literally beating and coercing women into getting abortions. We call ourselves pro-choicers for a reason because we think it should be the woman's choice, not the choice of the legislators banning her access to abortion, and not the choice of a shitty boyfriend or husband that wants to force her to get it. Now, the second thing that I'll say here is you went on to assume that that abortion is punitive. Okay, do you think it is some type of inflictional judgment of punishment on the unborn for the circumstances of the woman? That's not true in the slightest. And you argued this as it related to rape victims accessing abortion, and it seems like you're not denying that you would argue this too if it was the life of the mother. So there's going to be two things I say here. First and foremost, the reason why we argue that rape victims should be able to access abortion has nothing to do with punishing the child for the sins of the father, and is all to do with the recognition that there's absolutely no reason nor argument insofar as why that pregnant woman should have an obligation to care for the life of the unborn. The second thing that I'll say here is there have been many circumstances where women have needed to get abortions because they were raped and then had their life at risk. Okay, like a common case that comes to mind would be Lena Medina, who is a 5-year-old who was raped and impregnated. And I don't know if she ended up giving birth or if she actually died from the pregnancy, but it seems like under your worldview, you would say if a 5-year-old girl like Lena Medina is raped and is impregnated, she shouldn't be able to access an abortion. And frankly, I think that's crazy. So let's talk about Lena Medina here for one moment. Do you think that Miss 5-year-old Lena Medina, when she was raped and impregnated, should have had legal access to abortion?
Okay, so there's a few things here. So when it comes to like let's say like the presumption, like let's say the presumption is that an abortion like could save the life of the mother, right? We're saying life of the child versus the life of the mother. Um, I'm not sure if there's evidence for that, right? As regards to saying, well, maybe they could do a C-section, right? Maybe they could take the child out or have some other methods, but is it the case that all other methods could not be exhausted in terms of like saving the unborn child's life? But if you were to successfully demonstrate, right, you were to absolutely successfully demonstrate that it's a choice between the life of the child and the life of the mother, and the mother would be willing to sacrifice the child for her own life, well, in that case, I'd say, okay, she can make that choice. But outside of that, like in terms of like rape, we should not be punishing the child.
Respond to my question about 5-year-old Lena Medina. I just looked it up. She actually gave she gave birth to a healthy baby, but she was a raped 5-year-old. Should Lena Medina have had access to abortion?
So should she have access to abortion? Well, she gave birth to a healthy baby, right? She gave birth to a healthy child. So
Yeah, that's what the sources are saying. Yeah.
I'd say no. Right? I'd say no. She should not murder the unborn child, right? She shouldn't murder the unborn baby because the baby shouldn't do any. The unborn child didn't do anything wrong. What should be focused is preventing people from harming Lena, right? You should be focused on attacking the rapists instead of the unborn babies, right? Because your focus is incorrect and your focus is wrong.
I think that we should be focusing on attacking the rapists, reducing the amount of women and girls that are raped, and helping the women and girls that are raped. And I would say that you are focused on the wrong thing because I mean you could like virtue signal and say that you care about rapists raping children all you want, but at the end of the day, if push comes to shove, a 5-year-old girl is raped and some fucking how that 5-year-old girl is impregnated. You think she should be forced to endure all the bodily and mental stressors, pains, and traumas associated with childbirth, pregnancy, its aftermath, and that's fucking just disgusting. I can't even believe that you said that with no hesitance in your voice, no concern for the state of that 5-year-old girl. And in fact, you just kind of went on to say, well, I don't think that she should murder her child. Okay, well, she is a child. And I think that you'd have a very hard time justifying that that's an act of murder. Explain to me why you think that a 5-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated would be a murderer if she got an abortion.
Well, with regards to a 5-year-old child, like they wouldn't have full cognizance and awareness and understanding of all the things that are occurring. And so they, if they were to be taken in, right, to get an abortion, this would be an action of their parents or the people
So their
around them.
parents would be murderers?
So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be like she's really choosing that sort of thing. So yeah, their parents, right? So the onus would be on the parents who are pulling him in, or whoever is pulling her to do that sort of thing. And the thing is that oftentimes what happens is that the abuser takes these young children to go and get the abortions so that they can cover up their abuse. And there's many cases you can look up in the news where there's been abusers who've taken these children to Planned Parenthood and other clinics to get the abortion, to cover it up. And Planned Parenthood, they don't ask any questions. They don't say, oh, why is there this like little young 5-year-old coming in, trying to abort their child, or all this other stuff. They just say, okay, we're not going to ask too much questions. Don't worry about it. We're going to go and get rid of the inconvenience. So what you're advocating for is something that would promote human trafficking, promote child abuse, and promote covering up of sex slavery, right? Because that's what they actually do. They actually do these things. And you can look at news and see documented instances of this sort of thing.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, if you think that the issue is that Planned Parenthood doesn't collect enough information on pregnant children who come in to get abortions, especially like this 5-year-old girl that we're talking about, I think that clearly the solution there is to collect enough information surrounding that 5-year-old girl's pregnancy to then report that to the relevant authorities, not to then ban that 5-year-old girl's access to abortion. I don't think that you could tell me that I'm promoting child abuse when you are unironically arguing for child torture. Torture is just being in a state of persistent harm with some like relatively arbitrary confines. But undeniably, I bet we could imagine a hypothetical of a 5-year-old being strapped up against their will and having to endure and suffer bodily and physical and mental stressors, traumas, and pains for 9 months straight. And in any other sense, you'd say that's absolutely the torture of a child. So I don't think I'd say anything different for a pregnancy for a 5-year-old. But I want you to clarify, okay? You've given me all of these various wild claims, but you're not focusing on the question that I asked you, okay? The question that I asked you is very simple and very clear. Why would it be murder for a raped 5-year-old girl to get an abortion?
Okay, so why would it be murder for a raped 5-year-old girl to get an abortion? So first off, once again, the onus is not on the 5-year-old, right? 5-year-old's just a child. They don't really understand what's going on in the world yet. So the onus would be
I never asked a question or made a positive statement concerning who the onus of the murder would fall on. I'm just asking you why you think it is an act of murder.
I'm just addressing that. And then the next part about the act of murder. So to speak about the act of murder, we would first need to define what murder actually is. So would you agree, right? Would you agree that human life begins at conception, right? When the sperm meets an egg, that forms a zygote. And that zygote has its own unique human DNA that no one else in the entire world has. And
you're asking me a question instead of giving me an argument.
Well, I'm asking for a clarifier because I don't know what you mean by murder because you don't agree with me. Like I would say.
Okay. I'll tell you what I mean by murder. My definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a human life.
Yeah. So isn't like an unborn baby innocent, and you're not justified in taking their life? Isn't that unjust that you take an unborn baby's life?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to parse out your argument for you. I asked you for an argument that'd be murder for this five.
You're not answering the question though. Isn't it unjust to?
I know because you're asking me a question instead of giving me an argument.
You're not defining your terms. You're not defining your terms.
You asked me to define my term murder, and I defined it as the unjust termination of a valuable human life. Yeah.
Yeah, but your definition of an unjust termination of a human life would not be the same as my definition, right?
No shit, because I don't think it's murder for a 5-year-old girl to get an abortion.
The 5-year-old girl she wouldn't even know what that is. She wouldn't even really look. How do you know the 5-year-old girl wouldn't want to keep the child?
Because she's a 5-year-old fucking girl.
Yeah,
I could actually give you a really that is such a disgusting question. Yeah,
no,
for what it's worth, I could actually give you a real answer to
it's
that question. It's called
yeah,
it's called
not
assumed
yeah.
consent. Okay, the real answer to that question is called assumed consent. So like when you're in a car and then you get T-boned
So
by a drunk driver
you can
and then you are like rendered unconscious and incapacitated, but you also like broke your leg or you broke an arm. You are then rushed off to the hospital in the back of an ambulance and then they perform emergency surgery on you. But then the dilemma arises, well, why can we perform this emergency surgery on this incapacitated, unconscious victim of a car crash? Well, it's because of what is called assumed consent, which is basically the assumption, or more so the argument, that if this individual were in a rational state of mind, would they want this surgery? And like clearly in accordance with values of instrumental rationality, yeah, they would want this surgery to keep them alive, to save their life, to fix their broken leg, and to fix their broken arm. So very similarly, the very technical answer to the question, well, is this 5-year-old girl consenting to the abortion, would be that under the assumption that this 5-year-old girl was in a rational state of mind, which would also imply that they're not 5, maybe an adult, something like that, that they would think it is, they would argue that if they were 5, if they were in this position, that they would want the abortion. Okay? And that also goes back to instrumental rationality, doing what is in the best interests of one's own life, and just the very mere fact that if it were not for that abortion, there would be a very high risk of death and the imminent risks of, fissures from the anus to the vagina, all the other physical and bodily stressors that go into pregnancy and childbirth, and of course being a mom at 5, and then being a mom of a 5-year-old before you're in middle school at 10 years old would of course be sufficient reason in order to adjudicate assumed consent. But I think even asking that question, would that 5-year-old girl want that abortion, is fucking sick. Because I think that parenthood, okay, is not for children. And I think that parenthood is quite frankly incompatible with and contradictory to children. And just entertaining the notion that a child, such as a 5-year-old girl, should be a parent is indicative of an incredibly decayed, irrational, and disgusting state of mind. And I don't even think that you could appropriately or adequately morally theorize in that state of mind. And I think that I'm proving that right now, that you can't theorize about morality in the state of mind you are in, because I asked you for the argument insofar as why that is murder for a 5-year-old girl to abort a fetus growing in her uterus onset by rape, and you haven't been able to give me an answer. Your first response was to ask me what the definition of murder was. I told you my definition is the unjustified termination of a human life. Your second response was to ask me if it's innocent. You didn't even allow me to answer that question, and then you just moved on to asking me if I think it's unjust to kill that fetus. Okay, well, let me ask those quote-unquote clarifying questions. I think that they're just a dodge from giving an argument. So, A, I think that murder is the unjust termination of a human life. B, I don't think that that the fetus is innocent, because I think that innocence is a faculty or trait or stable characteristic trait of a moral agent. I wouldn't say that a fire hydrant can be innocent. I wouldn't say that an ant can be innocent. And then B, do I think that it's unjust to take the life of that fetus? I hope that I've made it clear that I don't, based on my obvious reactions to your statements, such as your position that you think it is a bad thing for that 5-year-old girl to get that abortion. So I will ask you again, okay? I will ask you again here, what's the argument that it is an action of murder for that pregnant, raped 5-year-old girl to get an abortion?
Mhm. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to respond to there. Our I'll just say that my position, it's just a lot of like rhetoric and optics. But anyway, but yeah, so my position, right, is not that a 5-year-old ought to become a child, right? Of course, ought to be giving birth to children, right? Of course, we're against that, right? We would want people to get married and have children, when they're much older, like 18, 20, and older than that. So, of course, that's not our position. But what we're speaking about is dealing with tragedies, right? Dealing like house fires and disasters and terrible situations. And when one is dealing with a terrible situation, we're saying, well, what's the best choice that you're doing in this terrible situation? Is the best choice to go and murder an innocent life that had nothing to do with the crime that has occurred? Or is the best choice to go and to see that there's hope, there's a future, there's something good that can come out of something bad? And so the thing is that your worldview embraces hopelessness, right? Your world just says like, oh well, there is no hope. There's something bad, so now more bad stuff needs to be done to correct the first primary evil. And this unborn child in her womb is actually just useless, just a clump of cells. It's just like her arm or her leg, and that's what you analogized it to with your car accident example. So your car accident example is speaking about parts of a human body, whereas an unborn fetus, unborn baby, is not a part of her body. It's not a part of your body or my body. It's a completely new human, right? A new human that's innocent and that will grow up and do wonderful and great and amazing things in this world if you allow this human to come out and to be born. But if you're so hopeless and you just have this like hateful ideology, you say, okay, there's no
Still no
hope. We
answer
just
to
hate
the
this
question, by the
unborn,
way.
we just hate this unborn baby. We're just going to go and murder them. Well, then that just shows that you're like a bloodthirsty individual. And once again, your position supports, it supports the
Oh my
human
God.
trafficking. It supports the rapists because the ones who primarily do these sorts of things are the rapists to cover up their abuses and their evils. And as it stands, Planned Parenthood and these other institutions, they don't extensively check to see how these individuals are doing, right? They don't check for that. So also, since you're moralizing a lot, I would like you to account for moral
No,
facts.
no
I don't
argument,
think
by the way. No argument anywhere in there. I let you speak for another
no,
3 to 4 minutes. No
I gave,
argument.
well, you gave me a lot to address. You gave me a whole speech. So here's my argument.
I just asked you a question. Why is
Here's
it
my
murder?
argument. Here's my argument. You make a lot of moral claims. You moralize a lot. What is the grounds by which you invoke moral facts? What's the ontological grounds that you invoke moral facts? Right?
Oh
You
my
moralize.
God. Okay. Well, I mean, I hope that you realize that this is why your view is obviously wrong. I've given you a total of 9.5 minutes on the clock to give us an
Just answer the
argument that
question.
abortion is murder, and you haven't been able to do it. You said a lot there. Let's address it. So at first you said that I implied that 5-year-old girl would have an obligation to be a parent, then you disputed that. No, you can't fucking dispute that, because when you say that 5-year-old girl ought not get an abortion, inversely you're saying that they ought maintain that pregnancy and they ought be a parent in some cases where miscarriage doesn't occur. So yeah, you are indeed arguing that parenthood is at least a temporary, before maybe the transfer of the child through adoption programs, if you endorse those adoption programs, a temporary moral obligation, okay, for the raped 5-year-old girl. So, I mean, if you were to argue otherwise, you would be contradicting yourself. The next thing that I'll say here is you didn't give me an argument that the 5-year-old girl getting an abortion would be an act of murder. You just used a bunch of moralized language. You just said, oh, Dean, if you disagree with me, you're bloodthirsty. Oh, Dean, if you disagree with me, you're soulless. Oh, Dean, if you disagree with me, you must hate the valuable unborn child. Oh, Dean, if you disagree with me, you must be a heathen. But you never, ever, ever gave me an argument insofar as why that is an action of murder. And what I will say here is, if you want to talk about moralizing language, I think the only person with the moral high ground right now is me, because at least I'm not the one arguing that 5-year-old victims of rape have a moral obligation to be parents and that abortion is a vicious act of violent murder. But the last thing that you said there is that I need an ontological grounding for moral facts. That in of itself is not necessarily true in all scenarios. Metaethical minimalism and relaxed realism disputes exactly that claim, that moral facts need an ontological grounding. But we're not here to talk about the metaethical grounding of my moral claims, okay? We're here to discuss why you think that it is an action of murder for a victim of rape, a 5-year-old girl, to get an abortion. The burden is on you. You have to give an argument. Why can't you give an argument? I want everybody watching this live stream to pay extra close attention when this guest responds to the last thing I said. And I promise you, the last thing he'll do is give an argument why it is murder when a 5-year-old victim of rape that's pregnant gets an abortion, like Lena Medina, the case that we went over earlier. For everybody watching, I want you guys to watch for burden shifts. That means he's going to try to shift the burden onto me to justify what I believe in. He might shift the burden onto me again to explain where I think moral facts come from. Or he might just use vaguely moralizing language like I'm a ruthless, bloodthirsty, sick, crazy idiot because I think that they should be able to get the abortion. But he has at least not yet given an argument that that abortion is murder. So what is the argument that abortion is murder?
Sure, that's a good question. So with regards to, so what's the argument why that abortion is murder? So so we can go like premise, and things like that. So basically, um,
You could give an argument with natural language either. It doesn't matter.
okay, all right, yeah, it's natural language. So when a sperm meets an egg, right, that forms a zygote. That zygote has its own, his or her own unique human DNA, which is not that of the mother nor that of the father, but they have their own unique human DNA that no one else in the whole entire world has, right? They're special, and the zygote, scientifically speaking, is human, and scientifically speaking, is alive, right? And so it
Okay,
also fits
I
the
agree. We could
five
settle the
criteria.
biological facts. I agree.
Let me just lay out the argument. Like you want the argument, I'll lay it all out, and then you can respond. So the sperm meets an egg, it forms a zygote. It fits the five criterions for life, right? It fits like
I
cellular
agree.
organization,
I agree.
stimuli,
I agree. We agree.
reproduction, growth and development,
You don't need to.
homeostasis.
Dude, I agree that it's biologically alive.
Well, I just need to lay out. I need to lay out the case. You want an argument? I need to lay it out. If I don't lay it out, then I can't make the argument, right? So I need
I
to
just think that
actually.
you're wasting time to gather your thoughts. I obviously agree with all the biological claims that you're making.
Well, I need to lay it out, right?
Why?
I have.
If I agree, why do you need to lay it out?
It's because it's the groundwork that maybe if you agree, maybe people in your audience don't agree, right? It's for the sake of everybody, right?
Okay, you're just asking me, oh, Dean, do you agree with
Let me
basic
make- let me-
biology?
let me- let me-
I,
let
dude,
me
I
make
promise
the-
that you don't need to lay the groundwork for basic
Let me
biology.
make the argument. Let me make the argument, right? So it's step by step. So first, we agree that this is life. It's not dolphin life. It's not turtle life. It has human DNA, so therefore it's human life. So the remaining question is, when does human life deserve human rights, right? So you have tried to shift it to like intellect and human cognition, and so this would be like when like brain activity would be occurring, but with this sort of standard, then you'd also have to apply this outside the womb. And then maybe if like people are unconscious or their brain isn't functioning properly, you would decide like these people, they don't deserve to have any rights. You can do whatever you want with them. You can abuse them and do terrible things to them, right? So therefore, your definition of personhood and human rights is inadequate, right? You don't have the correct definition and understanding of personhood and human rights. And in your worldview, murder is
Katie, I'm gonna
completely
mute you.
acceptable
God?
and completely fine. So that'll be your overall view. So within so within Christian worldview, we would affirm that life begins at conception, that a human life deserves human rights, and so therefore when you're taking this unborn child's life, you would be murdering them. That would be an unjust treatment of human life. Given that you disagree with this and you propose some alternative definition of murder, you would need to justify how it is that your definition of murder aligns with the actual state of affairs, aligns with the nature.
Okay, I'm gonna. Sorry, dude. You're talking too much. Do I need? I either keep your arguments to be significantly more concise, so it's like I don't have to wait 5 minutes to Like, bro, let me just pull up the whiteboard. In your argument, you said two things. You said that a raped 5-year-old that's pregnant shouldn't be able to get an abortion because a fetus is biologically alive and human lives deserve protections for their life. These are dude. It took me 7 seconds to repeat. Okay, what it took you 5 minutes to argue. Okay, so can we please just concise down what you're saying here? Is that fair? Is that a fair ask?
I don't think you completely captured like what I said.
I mean, you said other things that were irrelevant. Like, you said what I think a person is or what you think I think a person is. And then you said why you think that my definition of what a person is insufficient. But, like, the thing is that it's not relevant to your argument. What's relevant to your argument are the reasons that you could give insofar as why you think that abortion is murder. And if you said that, and if you're arguing here that I did not capture all of the reasons why you argued that you think that this thing is murder, what are the other reasons? Not relevant to your critiques of my position or what you think my position is, but rather the reasons specifically relevant to your position. Were there any other reasons that I failed to capture?
Uh,
Yeah.
so I'm so sorry. Ask respectfully. When we were talking to Dean earlier, um, we were talking about going through the Norman statement and understanding it so that you could properly understand and respond and critique the position, Dean.
This
And I
this guest
don't
isn't an
personally,
abolitionist, by the way.
I don't believe that he's representing the Norman statement well. And so if you'd like to go through the Norman statement, I would love to go through that with you.
Okay, so
So,
just to clarify,
Spartan,
this is another abortion abolitionist.
this,
Abortion abolitionist number 2 is saying that abortion
well,
abolitionist number 1 is not representing the position well. Okay,
well,
so abortion
and
abolitionist
we,
number 2, just allow me like one moment to
yeah,
quickly finish out my conversation with abortion abolitionist
sorry.
number 1. Okay.
Well, I mean,
That's
I just want to say, yeah, go ahead, True. Go ahead, True.
Oh,
I think True is.
please don't talk more. Can you just, okay, D, we'll talk here in just one moment, but before we do, ask a Christian, can you agree to please be significantly more concise with your language? Please.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, just to comment on like True is saying. So my main realm or field. Wait, I just want to comment on what True is saying. Why
Okay,
can't I?
30 seconds or less.
No, I was just gonna comment what she's saying.
30
So
seconds
yeah,
or less, bro.
yes. So my main field or realm is within, like Christian apologetics, right? So like philosophy, theology, that sort of thing. And I'll be glad to engage with you on those topics. I'm not as well prepared, when it comes to like abolitionist views. I mean, yeah, like I would consider myself an abolitionist, but like I haven't. This is not like my main field when it comes to like discussions. So I think yeah, like True and the others can definitely be better like when it comes to speaking about those sorts of things, right? That's all that I'm mentioning. But aside from that, I would definitely be glad to debate you on atheism and things like that. But anyway, so I'm going to go to what you're asking about. So you're asking about smurder.
No,
So
I'm just asking you if you could be more concise with your language.
bro, like what? Look, I was just commenting on what she said. Can I
Oh,
okay, fine.
okay, listen, bro. Can you or can you not be more concise with your language?
I mean, I'll try.
Okay, good. You said that it's murder because human lives deserve human protections for their life. Okay, would you argue the reason why human lives deserve protection for their lives are because they're human lives?
Human life deserves protection for their life because they are human lives. Well, I would argue that they deserve protection for their life because, like in our Constitution, it says we have the inalienable right to life guaranteed to us by our Creator. Right. So our right to life comes from God. Do you reject that or you affirm that?
Okay, so you're saying that human life deserves
Answer the
protections
question.
for their lives.
Where does your right to life? Where does your right to life come from, Dean?
Yeah, I'm agnostic, so I disagree with you. I reject that it comes from a god because of
You're
my
agnostic. So
agnosticism
you
on your
don't know.
religion.
You don't know where your right to life comes from. So
No,
someone can
bro.
come and.
Holy fucking
Oh, you don't know.
snooze, dude. I
You don't
didn't
know
say
where
that
your-
I'm
you don't know where
agnostic
your
on the
right
metaethical grounding for my moral claims. I said that I'm specifically
your right to life
agnostic
come from?
on the grounding in which you provided for your moral claim. That's a burden shift, by the
Where
way.
does your right to life come from?
Why are you trying to burden shift?
Like just answer the question. I've answered all your questions. Where's your right
What
to life come from?
obligation do I have to answer the question if it's not an interrogation of your position? Because that's
Is it
what we're
not?
doing.
Is this not a debate where both sides have to answer questions, or this is just only I answer questions, you don't answer any questions? So anyway, where's your right to
Well,
life come
it
from?
is where you answer questions when I'm trying to
Well,
understand your view.
you're trying to justify murdering unborn children, and you can't ground where does your right to life come from? How can you speak in this conversation?
Who said I can't ground my meta-ethical views on my normative
Go
ethical
ahead.
commitments?
Where is your right to life
In fact,
come
literally
from?
earlier, I disputed a
Your
claim that
right to- why should you
I
be
heard
allowed
you
to
ask it
live?
the first time.
Go
All
ahead.
right, bro. Listen, I could give you a very simple reduction of my normative view on ethics, as well as my meta-ethical view on ethics, and describe what I think the moral facts are and where I think the moral facts come from. But in doing so, we would be deflecting away from the argument that you attempted to give for why you think that a raped 5-year-old girl should be denied access to abortion. The reason why you are asking me about my normative and meta-ethical commitments is clear. The reason why you're asking me about my normative and meta-ethical commitments is because you cannot define your absolutely bullshit argument as it relates to why you think that 5-year-old girls who are raped and impregnated should be denied access to abortion. Anybody else watching the live find it quite funny that as soon as I'm able to get him to articulate the sentence, the one reason why he thinks that this thing is murder, after 42 minutes, by the way, after 42 minutes of just baseless rambling and back and forth, I'm ably final to drill him down on one sentence that commits him to why he thinks that it's wrong for this 5-year-old girl to get an abortion, that he like finally wants to just completely change the topic of discourse and interrogate me, my views, and what I believe in. Like, bro, yeah, I'm sorry. I put 42 minutes worth of labor into getting you to articulate a one sentence reason why you think that abortion is murder. Because of that fact and that fact alone, I'm not willing to just completely drop that interrogation and then allow you to start questioning me about what I believe in and why. So I'm now going to respond to the reasons that you gave for why you think if a 5-year-old girl is raped and impregnated that she should be denied access to abortion, which is like fucking insane, by the way. So you said that it's because the human life in her uterus deserves protections for their life. Okay, so what trait does that human life in her uterus possess and which grants it the right to life?
So, yeah. So I just kind of address the thing. So my question is completely relevant and on topic because we're talking about murder. And if you cannot establish why does a human life deserve human rights, then
that's what you're trying to do right now, and you're failing to establish why human life deserves human rights. Because I'm asking you why it deserves human rights, and you can't establish it.
Yes, we can. Like
then
Christians
do it.
Can. You
then do it. What trait does that fetus possess that makes it wrong and makes it murder if the 5-year-old girl who is raped and impregnated to access that abortion? What trait does it possess? Establish the trait that it has that makes it a act of murder for that fetus to be aborted from the uterus of the raped 5-year-old girl.
Yes. So what makes it wrong is that like our life comes from God, right? God's the one who gives us our life, and absent a crime, it is not correct to go and alive, zygotes, unborn children, prior to birth, right? Absent a crime, it's not correct to go and unalive unborn.
Okay, but I'm
life.
asking you, what does God give this right to? Is it to all human beings?
Yes, it's God. God has given this right to life to all humans.
Okay. I have a question about that. So, of course, we've already went over the Lena Medina case, the 5-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated, and then she gave birth to a baby. My question is, well, what if the zygote that begun to grow in its uterus following that rape possessed particular genetic preconditions that prohibited its growth and development beyond like 15 weeks, and we know this. So it is and will only ever be a clump of cells that, per the biologist's prescriptions of its chromosomal code, is indeed a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. Would you argue that it is wrong for Miss 5-year-old Lena Medina, raped and impregnated, to get an abortion if the thing that she is aborting is technically still a member of the human species, but has no future like ours, will never develop a functioning nervous system to the extent to deploy any traits similar to sentience or consciousness, will never experience or even gain the ability to experience pain, and will just is and will forever be a clump of cells in a very literal sense, because the development of that human being, okay, was stunted due to genetic preconditions, due to mutations along the genetic code? Would you argue that it is murder even in that case?
Mm-hmm. So you speak from hopelessness, but God speaks from hope. There are many times where doctors and others can get misdiagnoses, right? They'll say, oh, your pregnancy is hopeless. There's no way that this thing can work correctly. Right? So there's many. No, this is on topic. So basically,
it's not on topic. My question was, if 5-year-old Lena Medina had a partial molar pregnancy, it was technically a member of the human species because it had human DNA, but its growth was like stunted beyond any development at around 10 to 15 weeks. Would you argue that abortion would be murder? Like, bro, this isn't fucking poetry night. We don't need your Christian rhymes about God, hope, and hopelessness. We just need a legitimate answer to the question.
So what I'm saying is you can't say this is certainly the case. You can't say, oh yeah, I'm omniscient. I absolutely know that this unborn child has no hope. That
it's being stipulated in the hypothetical, sir.
There's no scientific development. Well, you can't say that because you're not omniscient. You can't say there's no hope for the baby.
It's a stipulation in the hypothetical. Dude, also, I just want to clarify that we quote unquote know this because it's by fiat. It is by stipulation in the question that I'm asking you. It is stipulated in the question that I'm asking you that it is the case that a 5-year-old Lena Medina, raped and impregnated, has a partial molar pregnancy, meaning that the fetus will never develop beyond like a sack of technically human cells, making it a technical human organism, and maybe like 2 pieces of hair. Like it's kind of gross, but it's still technically a member of the human species. Would that abortion be murder?
You said, well, I mean, I already gave my answer, because unless you're omniscient, you're not going to be able to say like.
I already gave a response to your answer. This doesn't require omniscience. It just requires you understanding what the hell a stipulation is in a hypothetical, you absolute moron low tier.
All right, so I'm going to need you to establish where
I'm going to need
rights
you
lie.
to answer the question.
You never
And
established that.
you never answered the question. What are we doing?
All you're doing is optics.
Are you
and
stun
rhetoric.
locked? I'm not doing
You're doing
optics and rhetoric. I gave a valid hypothetical with particular stipulations in which demonstrate your view to be conducive to bullshit. I want you to now, at this moment in time, please give a response to the question. You told me I'm speaking from hopelessness, but I have zero hope of you answering this question, so maybe you are fucking right. Okay, maybe I am speaking from helplessness. Go ahead and give a response to the hypothetical I asked you to challenge your view. You made the claim that the reason why it would be an act of murder for Miss 5-year-old Lena Mendina, a girl who was raped and impregnated to get an abortion, is because the fetus is a member of the human species and God gave all members of the human species this really valuable and special right to life. Amen. I then challenged that with a hypothetical concerning a partial molar pregnancy. If you don't know what a partial molar pregnancy is, just to be simplistic, it's basically where conception occurs, but because of particular genetic predispositions, it doesn't ever develop into an individual like you or I. It's like highest level of development is literally like a sack of human cells, making it a quote unquote member of the human species, and maybe like a piece of hair or two and some skin. But that's literally it. But the thing is under your view, because it's technically a member of the human species, you would argue that it would have the right to life, making it murder to kill it. But I'm asking you very clearly, okay, to articulate that either it would be the case for 5-year-old Lena Mendina raped and impregnated to it would be murder if she were to kill the partial molar pregnancy, or it wouldn't be murder to kill the partial molar pregnancy. Can you please respond to the question? If you do not respond to the question, I'm just going to kick you. I have no hope that you will. It's been an hour, and at this point, it's really annoying. He's stun locked.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go and look into the specifics of the partial molar pregnancy. So yeah, I'd have to look into the specifics in that. But I think if you're making moral claims, you're going to need to establish your grounds for moral facts.
I didn't make a moral claim. I asked a hypothetical question. Is a hypothetical question a moral claim?
You're trying to go and make
What claim did I make in the hypothetical question that I asked you? Wait. Wouldn't a claim be like the assertion of a proposition being true or false? Okay. Do you think that questions can be true or false? No. So I certainly didn't make a claim.
Well, you're trying to go and demonstrate that there should be some like normative principle, like there should be some sort of like ought that should be found. Like, with regards to your question.
No. I'm just asking a question. You also said that you need to look into the specifics of a partial molar pregnancy. If I'm stipulated that it's human and alive, why would you need to look into it? Are you saying that it's possible that there are some things that can be human and alive that wouldn't have the right to life? Not to mention that nowhere in my hypothetical question did I stipulate a claim about what I believe in, or did I like imply something that I believe in, but I more like seriously was inquiring about you and what you believe in. Like, bro, like you're just so clearly running like straight bullshit. This is you're just yapping. We got Yapatron 3000 over here. See you in the next fucking Transformers movie. I mean, God, the bringer of doom and gloom to all intellectual creatures who think that it's a bad thing to not be able to justify your argument with reason, and that it's a bad thing to deny 5-year-old victims of rape access to abortion. Please answer the question, or I'm going to kick you. Partial molar pregnancy. It's basically a sack of human cells. It is human. It is alive, but it's never going to be anything more than this little sack of cells with a piece of hair or two. Okay, if that was the product of the conception following the rape of Miss 5-year-old Lena Mendina, and she aborted that, would that be murder, yes or no?
Like, Let me see. I'm just looking into it. So it doesn't develop when it should. Sperm specific for is like N egg instead of two inch. Yeah. I'd have to look into it. Like, what am I seeing? It says this happens when the egg gets 69 chromosomes instead of 46. So yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into this more.
Oh, do you
But
think that because your chromosomes are differ
regardless,
from what is typical, it's possible that they're not
regardless,
human? So you think it's possible that people with Down syndrome aren't
yeah.
human? You'd have to
No,
look
I don't
into
believe.
if the chromosomal the chromosomal what do the doctors called it? The extra chromosomes that people with Down syndrome have. Are you saying it's possible that they're not human, and you'd have to look into it more to make that determination?
No, no. Like, I mean,
No, okay, so you wouldn't need to look
I would
into
say
like
they are
if a
human.
person
I
with
would say
Down
they are
syndrome is
human.
human, okay, even
I
though
would
they have
say they
extra
are human.
chromosomes. So what's the argument
They
here
are
that you need to
human.
look into if it's human, considering the fact that it has extra chromosomes? Or would you be saying that it's possible that we could abort fetuses with Down syndrome because it's possible that you're not going to give them moral consideration due to the fact that they have extra chromosomes, which seems to be the argument that you're making here as it relates to partial moral pregnancies?
Mhm. Yes, he or she is human, right? So he or she is human. My question would be like if they're alive, right? Because due to certain mutations, someone could like not have a heart, or maybe they could like not have a brain, and then
You
therefore
said
it's
that
like,
life
okay,
starts at conception. Conception
mhm,
occurred. Now you're denying the
mhm,
basic biology that you so wanted to espouse and argue for earlier. Oh, my question is, do they experience cellular reproduction? Bro, fucking duh. Yeah.
well,
Okay.
they, well,
Clearly they
well,
experience cellular
okay,
reproduction. Okay.
they're alive.
Okay, yeah. So do you think it's murder to kill a partial molar pregnancy in the circumstance of a 5-year-old girl that was raped and impregnated?
Um, so in the partial molar pregnancy, would they have all their organs? Like, would they be developing like their brains, their heart?
No,
Like,
no, no, no.
what they don't develop a heart or a brain?
It's like literally just like a clump of human cells. It's like technically a member of the human species, but no, they don't develop hearts and brains. And no, 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 no.
If you want, I can explain PMP just from the scientific standpoint, so Ask can answer this question.
Yeah, bro, I'm just gonna
Sure.
kick him. He's done, bro. I'm sorry. He like just okay. Hey, I hope that everybody watching the live now understands how low IQ people are that think that 5-year-old victims
Gosh.
of rape should be denied access to abortion. And you actually agree with him,
Well,
Katie, right? You think that
uh,
5-year-old girls who are raped and impregnated should be denied access to abortion?
so it is unjust to kill the child in the womb. I want to address a couple of things real quick. So partial molar pregnancy, it's not human and alive. There is a situation called sad fetus syndrome where it would essentially be twins. And like baby A is a whole human being, and baby B is this partial molar pregnancy made up of the mole and then made up of like undifferentiated fetal tissue, essentially like a skin tag, right? So, um, but partial molar pregnancies in and of themselves don't maintain the 7 characteristics of life. So
So are they
I think
dead?
they're not alive, so they don't. Given well, I know
But are they
you
okay? So are
heard
they
that like
dead?
they were never alive to begin with,
Okay, so it's not
and I can
alive
send you
nor
more on
dead.
it.
So do you
Well, it's
agree that
kind
a
of the
partial
same
moral
thing.
pregnancy is constituted of biological cellular material?
Well, yeah. So biological cellular material
Okay,
is
do you agree
it
that
doesn't
biological
contain.
cellular material can
Hold
exist in one
on.
of two states, either alive or dead?
No, no. So
What's the
there's
third state
there's
for biological cellular
hold on.
material to exist in?
Never will be alive.
Can you give
Never.
me
So there's
could you give me
organic
a clear
material.
example
Hold on.
of I
Yeah,
no
yeah,
not organic I said biological cellular tissue.
yeah. Well, that's it's the same thing, right? So there's, and I can send you stuff on it. I gotta send you stuff on the Norman Statement too, right? So there's cellular organization, right? So cells make up tissues, tissue make up organs, organs make up organisms, right? And I promise you
I'm just
that
like I just think that you think that cells can be in another state, like
so
outside of
I'm
alive or
telling you,
dead. Like
well, yeah, so
to be clear,
this
it's
one,
possible for a cell to not be alive and to not be dead. And it's
correct. We
possible
could
for a
just
cell
say,
to do this while dividing
hold
and
on,
multiplying because that's what a partial molar pregnancy
hold on,
does.
no, hold on.
So is it like a
So
zombie
it is.
fetus?
Hold on. So being a part of a living organism doesn't itself make it a living organism, right? Cells are parts of living organisms, or they can be whole living organisms, but they have to maintain all of the seven, not five, seven characteristics of life to be alive. And so we have what we colloquially refer to as living cells. All organic material comes from living things, right? But we have, so like if I cut my arm off, it would not be alive in and of itself, but it would maintain, like the cells inside of it would maintain some features. I would, like, I might undergo like cellular reproduction, right?
Okay, I think
But
that
it would
I
not.
think that you're just equivocating with how you're using the term alive. In one
No,
sense, you're using the term alive to
no,
denote biological life, and then in another sense, you're like using the term alive to denote some like metaphysical understanding of like a whole
no,
entity. But
no.
I want to. Okay,
I'll send you the stuff.
okay,
I gotta send you all the
okay,
stuff on the Norman statement
okay.
too.
So your
Um,
claim is that partial molar pregnancies do not meet all seven conditions of biological life.
if there is not a baby alongside it in a situation like sad fetus syndrome, then partial molar pregnancy does not maintain all the seven characteristics of life. And again,
Okay, and
like
which are the ones it
I
doesn't
don't
maintain?
homeostasis primarily,
Okay,
and
what's
it's also
homeostasis?
yeah maintaining a stable environment. I'll send you stuff on it. That's
Maintaining
kind
a
of
stable
besides
environment.
the
So it
point.
doesn't maintain a
Yeah.
stable environment.
No, so it disrupts homeostasis, but
Okay,
it's
so
not itself.
would you say that people who okay, so I mean I don't think that's what homeostasis is. But let's just assume that you're right about what homeostasis is, maintaining a
Okay.
stable environment. Like what you mean to say is
Okay.
that it just like how about this? Do you think that it would be true that a human who needs a pacemaker to pump their heart is dead because without the
No.
pacemaker, let's just assume that it hasn't been implanted yet, they can't maintain a stable environment?
No, so just
No?
like a person who is in say that they've been in like a drug-induced coma because maybe they've like had some
Thank
major
you for the
surgery
Guardian's
and so
pledge,
now
Joseph.
they're in a drug-induced coma and they need life support to maintain life. They're still maintaining that even though they need
A
some extra
stable
assistance to
environment?
do it.
Okay, well, then what do you mean by
Well,
stable
hold on.
environment?
I will. This is way besides the point. I came up to do the abolition stuff. I will
Okay,
send
okay,
you
okay, okay. We'll talk
a
about the abolition
publication.
stuff, but I mean,
Yeah,
A,
it's
I don't think
fine.
that you gave like an accurate definition of homeostasis. I mean, I looked it up.
Okay.
The medical definition of
That's
homeostasis is partially individual cells maintaining internal balance, but the tissue as a whole doesn't organize into a self-regulating organism as it would relate to the partial molar pregnancy. But due to the fact that they still
we
would be able to sustain internal balance, it
that's
would meet that condition. And that's just and that would be the reason why it would meet the criteria of homeostasis because the individual cells still maintain internal balance. But my question about the abolitionist stuff. So just to clarify,
yeah.
you don't think that there should be exceptions made for the life of the mother, right?
So there is no medical condition that requires that we cause the death of the child in the womb. We should allow for the
Mm.
whole alive and intact removal and good faith intervention to save the life of mom and baby, but to cause fetal demise, so like via dismemberment, injection of digoxin into the fetal heart, whatever, right? It's something that has the intent of causing the death of the child would be
Yeah,
impermissible under the
you're
abolitionist
wrong. I have a
worldview.
fact check from Reuters right here. You could type it in.
Sure.
It's from Reuters. Fact check: termination
Mm-hmm.
of pregnancies can be necessary to save a woman's life.
Sure.
Professionals say. And this is
I
according to
totally
Stacy
agree with
Beck,
that.
MD and assistant professor at the Department of OB and Gynecology and Reproductive Sciences, Maternal Fetal Medicine at the University of Pittsburgh
Mm-hmm.
Physicians. They say, quote unquote, one of the most common reasons why women need to terminate their pregnancy early is because their water broke early in pregnancy and they have an infection. And they
Yes.
say that it.
So,
Okay.
well, so the way that we actually treat that, though, that's called PPROM. It's preterm premature rupture of membranes. And the standard of care for PPROM is that we admit mom and give prophylactic antibiotics. And we monitor mom and baby for the duration of pregnancy, keep mom pregnant as long as possible, and deliver baby if we have to. So PPROM itself it could even initially, like right off the bat of discovery, require delivery of the baby. It would not actually require that we cause the death of. So when they use the term termination in these papers, I agree with you that sometimes ending a pregnancy
Okay,
is necessary.
so by the way, what you just said, it can be true in some
Mhm.
scenarios, but not all scenarios. For the scenario that I just gave you, in a joint statement was made in 2019 by the American College of OBGYNs, I'll just say, because I don't think I can pronounce the other first word. But anyways, they said that it is true that the termination of pregnancy in the form of an abortion can be necessary to save the woman's life, such as in the scenario that I just gave you, or ectopic pregnancy, severe sepsis, severe preeclampsia or eclampsia, then Muir syndrome.
Sure.
Now, I'm not saying that in all scenarios of these events occurring, that dang, she just got a ban for misinformation. I'm not saying that in all scenarios of these events occurring, that a lethal abortion would be necessary. However, in many scenarios of these events occurring, they absolutely are necessary. So you actually just got taken down for misinformation because you were wrong, and you were wrong in such a way that is conducive towards very harmful outcomes. Lying on a live stream in front of $25,000, what the hell, 25,000 people, claiming to be, an individual that is trustworthy and reputable and reliable for medicine and care for pregnant women, and arguing that there's no condition ever where killing the fetus in utero, doing an abortion to save the life of the mother is necessary, is definitely harmful misinformation. So, yeah, I absolutely understand why TikTok banned you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Danny?
Don't put bananas in my butt. No, don't put...
Okay, let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I thought that we'd start the live stream a little bit different today than most days, but ended up just depressing me. We talk to pro-lifers a lot, for sure. We talk to pro-lifers a lot, 110%. But we usually don't end up...
like that face.
Okay, banned. But we usually don't end up talking to, abortion abolitionists. Like those people, like especially Katie, and it's unfortunately we didn't get into this before she got a restriction for misinformation. Like they straight up don't think that there's ever a scenario where abortion is warranted. Not for raped children, not for life of the mother, not for anything. So they just think that, so abolitionism argues that abortion should just be completely abolished. And the reason why I brought that first guest and Katie up on the live was just to show you guys how like baseless these views are. I mean, like that first guest, oh my God, he couldn't even get past like the first question and refutation of his view. You know what I mean? Alex Smith, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19. Why you look at me like that? I'm 19.
We're not doing this today, Alex.
I'm born February 14th.
I don't give a fuck when you were born, Alex. We're not doing this today, Alex. Get out of the bath,
Doing
Alex.
what? I'm not in the bath.
You are in the bath, Alex. Get out of the bath.
How can you
Alex?
tell me, bro? Stop
Because of the
pissing me
water
off.
splashing. I can always tell because of the water splash. Let me make that clear. When you're sitting on the couch.
What are you talking about? I'm not in the bath. You're pissing me off.
Get out of the bath,
Yeah,
Alex.
you better stay quiet.
Get out of the bath, Alex. We'll talk
I'm
to
not
you if
in
you
the
get out of the
bath.
bath. You're okay.
I'm
then
not in
stomp
the
your foot on
bath.
the ground.
Stomp my foot on the ground. All right, well, give me 1 second. All right. All right, hold on. Oh shit.
Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What are we doing? We're wasting our goddamn time. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate, ladies and gentlemen. I'd appreciate that so much. Alani, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. Thank you for the love. That's very, very kind of you. By the way, guys, if you do want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pinned message over on YouTube as well as the handle as always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Couple people to thank over on Super Chat. Seconds, thank you for the $20 who says if she doesn't consider it ever alive and it's just a mass halted in an early stage, then that means that she can't consider life to begin at conception since it's even earlier in the stage of development. I appreciate you for the $20 seconds. Yeah. Well, I would definitely argue that her view gets muddy there. Like if we were to look at the conception, Abby, think of the galaxy, of a partial molar pregnancy and the conception of a regular pregnancy, I'm sure that there are many cases where we wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? But she'd argue that one is alive and the other isn't. That's a little bit self-defeating. And thank you so much for the galaxy as well. Welcome, Enrique. Do you support Trump?
Spider-Man kills Ned in Brand New Day.
Welcome in, Ronnie. Do you support Trump?
How you doing there, boy?
Stop wasting my time, bro. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Elizabeth. Let's get to it at Elizabeth W's. Elizabeth says, anybody think MAGA takes the biblical words, quote unquote, be fruitful, multiply, just a little bit too seriously? I doubt God had in mind populating to the point of destroying the planet. Abortion helps preserve our home. So W in my opinion. True, W abortion. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $20 as well. You says this caller is giving quote unquote lotion goes into the basket vibes. Is it just me? I would assume that you're talking to the first caller. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what that means. Just know that I appreciate you for the love and it's good to see you today, King of the Golden State. Same thing to you, Collie, COLI. Thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, I like that you like to debate abortion, but this is beyond gross. If you continue to platform sickos like this, I'll stop watching. I'm not joking. There's a difference in exposing horrible views in this sick crap. So, Coyle, I think what you fail to recognize is that abortion abolitionists constitute not a majority, but definitely a lot of the pro-lifers in this country. Like, those are legitimately not just individuals who have sick, twisted desires, but more so individuals that exist to a larger movement or group of individuals that have sick, twisted desires. And the purpose and the point of this live stream is to stomp down the sick, twisted desires and represent and argue with fact and reason why they are wrong. That is exactly what we do with Trump. That's exactly what we do with his apologists. That's exactly what we do with his rape apologists. And that's exactly what we did with his abortion abolitionists. The fact that we were able to demonstrate in less than 5 minutes at the end of the debate with the first guy why he was so totally fucking wrong is meaningful. It matters. It prevents people from being caught in those movements in the first place. Okay. And it pulls people that are already in those movements out. And that's not just the reason why I had that debate, but that's the reason why I have every debate on the stream ever. Welcome in. Do you support Trump's cross?
Hello?
Okay,
Yes.
You're a child. Goodbye. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you, folks. Do follow the rules of the live stream. I'd really appreciate that. You just have to be an American. You have to be an adult, and you have to be a supporter of Trump. I'd also like to give a big old shout out to Godness Athena for the $10. I appreciate you. Same thing to you, Elizabeth. Thank you for the $20. Who says the fetus is a reminder of something traumatic? It's a piece of both of them. True. I absolutely agree with you. Thank you for the $20. Rape victims should absolutely have access to abortion. King of the Golden State, thanks for the $20 as well. You says, Dean, the 5-year-old girl can barely spell. Why does this caller want her to be a parent? What the living fuck? Because he was crazy. And then Collie as well. Thank you for another $20 on Super Chat, who says, as a medical professional, I truly believe men like this are extremely dangerous and should be immediately flagged and banned from being near children. Once you've seen/heard a child give birth, you'll never be the same again. Chances are they've never seen that, and like they just take their views to the max because they're insane. And if they were ever like faced with it actually happening, they would forever change their mind and realize that they're wrong. Okay, I appreciate you for the 20 euros as well. This is the last person to think on Super Chat for now, who says, yo, I wish you could choose the amount of money that you send on YouTube. I think you can, my friend. I appreciate you for the 20 euros, though. Shout out to Kay. Show some massive love down below in that chat for all the donors over on Super Chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, you guys. Let's go to get the next guest, Jay Lynn, connected to the live. And Bro Tata, appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat as well. He says, yo, I love your live, so I appreciate you for being here, Bro Tata. Welcome in, Jalen. Do you support Trump? We are single-handedly increasing the amount and number of conservatives in America that are taking showers and baths, folks. I fucking hate trolls, but what I will say is at least we're getting them clean. Thank you so much, Charles Smith, for the galaxy. And over on Venmo, thank you, Sarah, for the $10. Who says, I'm literally an example of ending pregnancy because my water broke. I had an abortion. She's so loud and wrong. She was very wrong. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $10. Who says, that last caller's quote-unquote creator is not in the Constitution, but freedom of religion is. Please tell him to keep religion off my body. Yeah, he was totally wrong when he said that the Constitution talks about God. That's just incorrect. Autumn, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, tell Momo I miss her. I'll make sure I do that. Good to see you today, Autumn. And Brandon, thank you for the $20. Who says, if this guy argues the quote-unquote sins of the father, don't condemn the zygote. I'm sure he thinks that God is unjust for punishing humanity for Adam and Eve's sin. Oh, wait, I guess he just wants to be in control of women and girls. You know what, Brandon, the funny thing is that's actually a really good parody case. That's a really good counter argument against Christians who make that argument. That's good, bro. Good for you, dude. I appreciate you so much for the $20, my friend. Same thing to you, Lauren. Thank you for the $5. SJ, thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 SJWs. Thank you. As well as Lindsay, thank you for the $5. John, thank you for the $5. And Lindsay with another $10, who says, why is it always, quote unquote, women should be able to protect themselves, end quote, more protection apps, jewelry, whatever, and never let's stop men from committing crimes of sexual violence against them. Yeah, it's because we live in a country which rapidly propounds rape culture, and we discuss that in about a billion different ways every day. It is so sick. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I have my friend right here ready to debate you. Are you cool with that?
How old are you?
I'm 25. She's 20, 23, 24. She's right here. I'm going to stop talking. Here she is.
Hello?
Hi, Dean.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. If you want to come a little bit closer to the phone, I'd really appreciate that. I'm just going to take one more moment here to catch up on all the donations, and then I'll pass you that mic. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Says they're pro-birth, not pro-life. Of course they're not pro-life. They're arguing that 5-year-old victims of rape should be forced to maintain pregnancy. They're not pro-life in the fucking slightest. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the $10. As well as over on PayPal, thank you, Green, for the $10. Who says, I'm taking a bath just now. Good for you, Green. I'm happy that you're taking a bath. Thanks for the $10. Marianne, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 Marianne W's. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not going to read off that message, and I bet you know why, but just know that I absolutely agree with you. And if the conversation was still contextually relevant to what your message is discussing, I would bring it up. Thank you so much for the $20. Daniela, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 100 Daniela W's down below in that chat. And Kay, thank you for the $24, who says, last night was rough. I can't stop thinking about it. As a woman, a mom, and an educator, thank you for being such a strong advocate for women and a man that others can look up to. You make my mom and my educator heart proud. I hope the night is better for you. Okay, I appreciate you for the $20. I'm so sorry that last night was rough for you. We had a bunch of idiots up on the stream. It was absolutely terrible. And thank you for being here today. I hope that the stream is better today as well. Josephine, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get 100 Josephine W's. Same thing to you. David, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, for day 500, you should stream from the bath. Fuck no. And then one last one for now. Thank you, Emma, for the $14. Who says, probably gonna fall asleep to the stream again. Also, get Momo a few treats with my donation. You got it, Emma. Momo will be eating good tonight. Seriously, thank you for the love. Show some massive love to all the donors. I appreciate you for those galaxies as well, Maddie. Why don't you go and take it away and tell us why you support Trump? And Court, I appreciate you for the love as well. Go ahead.
I support Trump for his anti-abortion policies.
Wow, what an interesting time to join the live. Did you happen to hear the last conversations, or is this by chance?
No, not really. I wasn't really listening.
Okay, alrighty. Woman mini hat. So when you say that you support him because of his anti-abortion policies, are you basically saying that you want to save as many innocent human lives as possible by preventing their murder through abortion?
You would be correct, yes.
Okay, so explain to me why then you support Trump, considering the fact that his anti-abortion policies, aka overturning Roe v. Wade, led to a material increase of the number of abortions in this country. Before Roe v. Wade was overturned, we had 900,000 abortions in America annually, and that had been going down for the last 30 years straight. After Roe v. Wade was overturned, it started going up for the first time in those 30 years, and now we're at 1.2 million abortions annually. Woman in many hats, appreciate you for the galaxy.
So, I mean, obviously, even prior to Roe v. Wade being overturned, there was restrictive state-level abortion policies.
Not before 22 weeks. It was literally illegal. It was unconstitutional. States didn't have the constitutional ability nor authority to impose any and all abortion restrictions on abortions prior to that point, because Roe v. Wade was a constitutional protection given a particular interpretation of the 14th Amendment that women and girls had constitutionally protected access to abortion. So no, states cannot implement restrictions. Not to mention that 99% of abortions occur in the first trimester, which is well before 22 weeks when Roe v. Wade protected elective access to abortions up until. So yeah, any restrictions that were in place were very minimal and impacted a small minority of abortions. So that definitely doesn't explain the massive increase in the number of abortions following it being overturned. Thank you so much, woman, for the gold mine.
Okay, so restrictive state-level abortion policies is obviously going to increase the number of babies that are being born live. And that's according to NIH as well. So I mean, I this isn't really rocket science. Of course, after, you know, I guess I'm not really following Dina. I don't think this is your strongest point that you have to present.
So my claim wasn't that it caused a reduction in abortions. I said that it caused an increase in abortions. There are more abortions now because Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Okay, can you cite that source?
The Guttmacher Institute.
Okay. And I'm sorry, how many more would you say that there are?
Around 200 to 300,000 more abortions per year today compared to prior to when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and Donald Trump was talking about overturning it by making particular appointments to SCOTUS. Okay, thank you for the galaxy. I'll even show it to you. Thank you so much for another Galaxy Kate. You guys are very kind today. So this is the number of abortions in America annually, according to the Guttmacher Institute. We see that it peaked around the early 90s, and then pretty much every year after the early 90s, abortion started to go down, took a huge drop in around 2010, and then it continued to drop until around 2019, which was when Donald Trump started talking about the SCOTUS appointments that he wanted to make, making the SCOTUS appointments and publicly announcing that the reason why he's appointing them is to overturn Roe v. Wade. Of course, it took them around 2 years to finally start deliberating Roe v. Wade because they had a lot of other cases they had to get to first, and then when it was actually overturned, it went up again. So we do see that Donald Trump talking about overturning Roe v. Wade and actually overturning Roe v. Wade caused an increase in the number of abortions in America.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate that ended up being a result. But I do think that our overall societal view on abortion could be a contributing factor as to why those numbers are increasing.
Well, I mean, yeah. Why do you think that this overall societal view on the acceptability of abortion increased when Donald Trump was talking about overturning Roe v. Wade? It's because that caused more adversarial backlash to Roe v. Wade being overturned, sparking critical dialogue surrounding the issue, causing debates like this with an audience such as the one that I have. And another reason why is also because many states tried to do a quote-unquote compromise with like heartbeat bills between pro-choicers and pro-lifers, meaning that they're banning abortion in like 8 to 10 weeks. But I mean, if women are figuring out that they're pregnant at around 7 weeks, this means in many of these states they have 1 to 3 weeks to make the decision to get an abortion if they want one. But we have to acknowledge here that for the first like month that a woman knows that she's pregnant, she usually doesn't want the pregnancy because it's a new thing. She's really unsure about it. It shakes up her future. It reorients like her goals, her life. And frankly, in many scenarios, when a woman first figures out that they're pregnant, they're like really hesitant if they want to keep it. But then, I mean, as they keep the pregnancy and think about it more and more and more and more and more, they make the decision that they do want to keep it. But now in these states with these bans at like 3 weeks after they learn they're pregnant, they're kind of forced into making the decision that they don't want that pregnancy and they can terminate that pregnancy in those first couple weeks, which leads more women to making that decision, what has led to more abortions. So in other words, Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade materially led to more abortions by onsetting particular social conditions where people like me are advocating for people like you to be on my team with argumentation and critical thought, and it forced women into this position where they had to make that decision if they wanted that abortion a little bit faster than they would have otherwise, which then caused more women to get abortions.
I mean, would you not say that it would, in your opinion, not saying that I agree with this, would you not say that it would be better across the board to get an abortion sooner rather than later?
Well, I mean, yeah, better in the sense that it's usually conducive towards better health for the woman, meaning that she has to go through less of the complications related to the pregnancy, and like usually the abortion could be performed a little bit more quote-unquote painless with the abortion pill prior to 10 to 15 weeks in many states. But can you just respond to the meat on the bone? The meat on the bone here is you're telling me that you're pro-life. You're telling me that you want to reduce the level of fetuses killed. You think that that's murder. You want to save more innocent human life. And because of these commitments of yours, you support Trump. But then the only thing that Trump has done related to abortion is to cause more abortions. I just don't understand why you as a pro-lifer would agree with a president whose only thing that he's done in relation to abortion is to cause more quote-unquote murder. Okay, like you're gonna have to get me from point A, Trump has caused more murder of children, to point B, you as a pro-lifer for that reason support him.
So again, I wouldn't. Yeah. So again, I wouldn't really say that it's Trump in specific that is causing the abortions. I think it is the overwhelming societal view that abortion is the correct thing to do in the state of, a woman being pregnant. It's almost as if it's passed off like it's empowering. It's, you're going to be able to keep living the life that you're living. A baby's going to destroy your life, etc. So I don't
agree
think
that feminism has gotten more popular and more people have become pro-choice over the course of the last 30 years?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But I just showed you the chart. There's been a downtrend of abortions in the last 30 years. So we couldn't attribute it to that specific reason of the social enlightenment of the modern feminist movement. No, it's because Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, giving women less time to think about if they want an abortion, and causing more people to have more critical dialogue surrounding the morality of abortion, convincing more people that it's not immoral. Because at the end of the day, bro, that's the intuition of the majority. So the more that we talk about it, the more people that it will agree with us. And we're only talking about it more now because he overturned it. Plus, it's like a condition of forcing women to have a significantly shorter period of time to think about it.
So I think that that's the conclusion that you've drawn, is that that abortions rising is directly correlated to Roe v. Wade overturning.
If it's
But
not correlated to that,
would,
then what do you think it's correlated to?
societal views.
Okay, what happened to societal views in 2019 that suddenly caused an increase in the amount of abortions? What happened?
There's tons of factors. Social media being a huge one.
Did social media exist before 2019? Yes. Were people still
Yes.
progressively becoming more feminist and more pro-choice before 2019? Yes. Were abortions going up in America? No. Were abortions going down in America? Yes.
Wait,
Okay,
bring
that's
that
why
study
that your
back
theory
up.
fails.
Bring that. Can you bring that graph back up?
Yes.
Can we see when it started to increase?
2019.
Okay.
Like you're talking about this like feminist like revolution. Okay, well, were people getting more pro-choice from here to here? Yes. Were people getting more feminist from here to here? Yes. Were people becoming more okay with access to abortion from here to here? Yes. So you can't say that the number started to go up here because of feminism. You can't say that the number started to go up here because of liberalism. You can't say that the number started to go up here because of people becoming more pro-choice. Like, no, clearly it'd be attributed to something else specific that happened in this year. Oh, maybe it was Trump making appointments to SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Okay. I mean, if that's the conclusion that you want to draw to, I don't think that women are, okay. If that's the conclusion you've come to, that's fine. I would disagree. I would say that there's other external factors as to why
Like?
a woman decides to have an abortion.
I'm talking about
There's tons of
I'm talking about some
abortions.
I'm talking about some like big external factor that's not just exclusive or individual to any one person.
Our economy could be a huge one.
Okay, so the economy got worse. Would you like to
Would
know
you
my
agree?
refutation of that?
Please. Yes, actually, I'm actually curious.
Right here, bro. Okay, right here. 2010, we had the Great Recession right here. This little bump right here is maybe attributed to the beginning of the Great Recession. Okay. And then you're telling me that we saw this massive increase that has continued past the economy rebounding in 2022 because of COVID?
I'm sorry.
way, bro.
You think that the economy rebounded in 2020? Do you
economy
think that
rebounded in
we are
2022.
better off? Do you think that we are better off than we were during the 2008 mortgage crisis? Do you think that we were better off during the 2008 crash today, or 2020 to now? Do you think that we are better off economically as a nation?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay, the graph that you just showed, there was a spike during the 2008 crash, correct? Yes, there's a spike right there.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, that crash was in 2007. This was in 2007 right here.
Okay.
So this
And
right
I'm
here is
pretty
2008.
sure-
The straight line is 2008. like okay, holy. Like I'm sure that like maybe like there was some very like minimal increase in the amount of abortions because of like the economic crash in the early in the early 2000s.
So the
for
Great
sure.
Recession.
But like the point is,
go ahead.
the point is that it was like very minimal. Okay, I don't think that we're going to be able to attribute this large growth to what occurred. Not to mention that COVID started in 2019, yet they started increasing in 2018. So the number of abortions in America per year actually started increasing the year before the pandemic started. So that's also other data to dispute your hypothesis that this was onset by the pandemic, because it started before the pandemic. It started once again during the time that
Not
Donald Trump was
onset by
like,
the pandemic,
I'm going to make these appointments to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. I just don't know why you're arguing with facts. Like, this is pretty bad, bro.
Okay, Dean. If that's your opinion, I have mine.
Okay, but what is your opinion? You can't attribute it to an increase in feminism. We ruled that one out. You can't attribute it to the economic hardships onset by the pandemic. We ruled that one out because it started to go up before the pandemic.
I'm still gonna hold on to that one.
Why? It started to go up before the pandemic.
I'm gonna hold on to that one.
But it started to go up before the pandemic. You can't possibly attribute it to something that hadn't occurred yet.
Okay, I didn't say the pandemic. I said the economy.
The economy in 2018?
Yes.
What happened to the economy in 2018 that suddenly caused a bunch of women to start getting abortions? What happened? We had like a 50. We're just like rolling off the coattails of Obama's admin. In fact, I'm pretty sure that we had a 50-year historical record low level of unemployment. We just saw the continuation of the same macroeconomic trends from Obama. Like what the hell happened in 2018 to suddenly shake up the economy in a way that it hadn't been shooken up in 30 years to then cause a bunch of women to get major abortions, more abortions than we saw women maybe get onset by the Great Recession in the late early 2000s.
I guess I don't have an answer for that specific question.
Okay, so then you clearly can attribute it to that thing because you don't know what that thing is.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I haven't found an answer to that yet.
Oh, okay. So you haven't found an answer to your explanation of what you think caused an increase in abortion. I have found an answer to my explanation of what I think caused an increase in abortion. And not only have I found an answer, but I was able to explain how it is justified in being an answer. So let's just like look at the credence that we could attribute to your view, aka the probability that you're right, and then the credence that we could attribute to my view, aka the probability that I'm right. It seems like we could attribute much more credence to my view than your view.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with accepting that.
Okay. So
I mean, but
so-
that
so do you
doesn't really
concede?
change my opinion of whether or not. No, I don't concede on my entire argument. Like that doesn't really change my opinion that abortion is wrong and that
Okay,
abortion
I'm
is
not
more
trying to change your opinion that you think abortion is wrong. I'm attempting to demonstrate to you here that even though you think abortion is wrong, why are you supporting Trump? Because he's certainly not doing anything about it. We've only seen A, an increase in the number of abortions in this country because of him. B, according to the Lancet, his USAID cuts are expected and projected to kill upwards of 14 million people across the globe in the next 4 years. Those are 14 million innocent, valuable human lives lost that would have been saved if Kamala Harris had won the election. How's that for being pro-life?
I mean,
See,
you
we wouldn't have
can't
this, we wouldn't
guarantee
run
that you can't guarantee that if Kamala would have won, that she's going to follow through on her campaign promises.
Well,
I mean,
the
Trump
reason why I
made
can
plenty of
guarantee
campaign
it-
promises that he
the-
didn't follow through on as
The
well.
reason why I can guarantee it is because it didn't even require a campaign promise to continue to fund USAID. It just required upholding the status quo of the last 22 years. Something that Biden did, something that Kamala Harris did under Biden, something that they actually made expansions to, something that was created by the Democrats in the first place, and something that was bolstered and also readily funded by Obama, and something that was explicitly agreed to by Kamala. So it wasn't like the introduction of some new crazy policy to save all these lives. It was just upholding the programs that have already existed that she already made efforts for 4 years straight to expand. So I absolutely can guarantee to you with an extremely high level of credence that if Kamala Harris had won the election, USAID would have not been defunded.
Okay.
So how's that for the pro-life theory? If the Democrats won, 14 million innocent human lives would have been saved, and Roe v. Wade probably would have been re-implemented through federal policy, meaning that the abortion numbers in America probably would have continued to go down, so less abortions too. And this isn't even accounting for the girls that Trump has killed in Iran. This isn't even accounting for like the children that Donald Trump has made starve in America by cutting food stamp funding. This isn't even accounting for the families that Donald Trump has put in economic peril and hardship by causing the largest monthly increase in the price of gasoline since the Vietnam War. Okay, reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year with a big beautiful bill. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're pro-life, if you care about humans, if you care about my dignity, if you care about my value, if you care about the dignity and value of everybody like me too, well, then I think the obvious choice would have been to vote for Kamala Harris, even though you had an ideological disagreement with her position on abortion, because she still would have saved significantly more human lives from dying and saved significantly more human lives from unnecessary hardships that have been onset by the Trump administration today.
Okay, so once again, we cannot guarantee that she's going to follow through on her campaign promises. We cannot guarantee that, you know, let's use Iran, for example. While I do strongly disagree with the actions that were taken in Iran, because of course that was shedding of innocent life, and I can't say that I supported Trump or his administration's decision when it came to that specific incident. But I mean, we can't say that Kamala Harris would have 100% without a doubt acted any differently when she's put into that position. We just don't know until she is in fact in that position how she would act.
This is a really disingenuous argument. Yes, we could clearly make an inductive case for how somebody would act by just observing the way that they've acted in the past and the way that they promise to act in the future, as well as observing the promises that they've made in the past insofar as the ways that they would act in the future and if they actually followed through with those promises. Like, yeah, it's very dishonest to suggest that we live under this veil of ignorance and gloom where we don't just have a single single clue what would have happened if Kamala Harris had won the election. And to go back to the point that you made about maybe the 14 million people are going to die because of Trump over the course of the next 4 years, I thought I already clarified that it didn't require a campaign promise from Kamala Harris or following through on a campaign promise from Kamala Harris in order to prevent that. It was literally just upholding the status quo.
Okay, again, we literally have no idea what it's going to look like if she were to be president unless she is president, Dean. Like,
What?
I don't
No.
understand how we are disagreeing on this.
Do you have any idea what my streams are going to look like tomorrow, even though it's not tomorrow yet? Yes or no?
No.
That's total bullshit. Of course you know. At least you have an idea of what my stream tomorrow is going to look like. You like generally know that I'm going to be talking to Trump supporters. Based on like the Trump supporters that I've talked to in the past for 4 hours a day, you might even have an idea of like the specific arguments that you will hear tomorrow.
I can't predict what you're going to say or what people are going to talk about.
Well, you actually can, with some level of credence, predict that there's going to be at least one guest tomorrow that joins the live stream and argues that Trump is a good president because of his immigration policy. Because I have maybe like 5 people on a daily basis over the course of the last year and a half join my live stream and make that argument. My point is that we could clearly point at things that are happening today or point at things that are happening in the past to give us some level of credence and an idea of what will happen tomorrow. And the point is, because under Biden, Kamala Harris upheld U.S. funding to USAID and actually expanded it under Biden. Biden did the same thing under Obama, and in fact, the Democrats were responsible for the creation of USAID in the first place. That less clearly, not only do we have an idea, but we have a very reasonably justified belief that if Kamala Harris had won the election, she would have funded U.S. aid.
Okay. I'm going to get off topic, and I don't want to get off topic. I don't want to get into Kamala versus Trump because, like, we could talk about this all day because I have plenty of things that I could say. What I really want to get back to is abortion.
Okay, I'm struggling with you, and the reason why I'm struggling with you is because I'm giving you very fair arguments, and I just feel like you're just dismissing them for no good reason, but I'm down to have a conversation with you. Let me just take a moment here to thank a couple people. First and foremost, over on Venmo, thank you, Gavin, for the $20. Let's get 200 Gavin W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for that love, Gavin. Please, let's get 200 Gavin W's. Gavin says, thank you for deprogramming MAGA and being a voice for reason. Keep it up. Thanks, man. I try my best. I try my best to be a voice of reason. Sometimes it's hard, though, man. As well as Cameron. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And I appreciate you for letting me know. Thank you, Sammy, for the $5. That's very kind of you. Same thing to you, Allison. Thank you for the $10, who says, I just voted for the first time today. Let's go, Allison. I'm so proud of you. Jessica, thank you for the $15. Thank you for supporting the stream. Who says, what do you think the single biggest mistake that the Trump administration made was regarding healthcare workers, the country during COVID, or now making Fauci his scapegoat? Regarding the country, the biggest mistake was January 6th, and then it was the mistake of the country to make him president again. Jay with the $15 says, what's episode 500 going to be? Business per usual? Yeah, probably business per usual with like a little like hat on or something to celebrate, something festive, you know? And then Zoe, thank you for the $2. We are all caught up on Venmo. On Super Chat, thank you so much. Paradise for the €20, who says abortions are vital for cryptic pregnancies, which is not talked about much. Stuff like the Florida 6-week window harms. Hope Dean brings this up here. Rising anti-abortion rhetoric sealed my decision into getting a vasectomy. Very, very smart, Paradise. Thank you for the €20, and thank you for being a rational, intelligent, forward-thinking person. As well as huge shout out to Becca for the $10, who says, at least now they're bathing. It's a step in the right direction. True, we got the Trump supporters taking baths. Dewey, DEWI, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, love what you do. I enjoy watching the live streams. Hey, thank you, Dewey. Shout out to you and shout out to the Netherlands. Sama, SAMA, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, I watch you every day from Sweden and I admire your brilliance. Thank you, Sama. Let's also get 100 Sama W's. And then Jenna, thank you for the $35, who says, I watch every evening from the UK. Wow, we got a lot of international viewers today. These callers are saying a lot, but say nothing simultaneously somehow. True. Your reaction to some of them has me laughing. I try my best to keep it inside, but sometimes they say things just so crazy I can't fight but laugh in their fucking faces. Thank you for the $35. It is genuinely a huge donation, and I'm very grateful for you. If you are watching and you're like, hey, I like this guy, this Dean guy, and you want to support me and you want to support the streams, ask a question or get a message across, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on that YouTube stream, and the handle's always right there on TikTok at the top of the phone screen. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the E in Withers, and that is my handle for my Venmo and PayPal. All right, you said that you wanted to talk about abortion. Let me start asking you by seeing where you fall in exceptions. Do you think that victims of rape should be able to get abortions?
No.
Quick question.
Go for it.
If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that I should be forced in giving them to you?
No.
If you needed a pregnant rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the pregnant rape victim should be forced into giving them to you?
Okay, so
Is that a
I
yes
see
or
where
a
you're going.
no? Is that a yes
I
or a
see where
no?
you're going with
Is that a
this,
yes
Steve.
or a no?
Go ahead, re-ask the question.
If you needed a pregnant rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the pregnant rape victim should be forced in giving them to you?
Unless I am the baby in utero, then no.
Well, what's the difference between you and the baby in utero? That means they have an obligation to give it to the baby in utero, but they don't have an obligation to give it to you.
Okay, so abortion is not just the refusal to share bodily functions or organs to a dying person, because the child in the womb ideally is already healthy. And it's as if the parent has already donated the organ and now they want it back. And the only way to get the organ back is to murder the baby first and then take that organ back.
Okay, let's test that theory. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No.
Okay, so he's a 14-year-old who needs a stem cell transplant, and he's dying because he hasn't been able to find a stem cell match. His dad has collected 40 million DNA samples from random generous people online. True story, by the way. You could go give a DNA sample to him today, and so far they haven't been able to find a match. So my question is, imagine that the government finds out that you are the only match for Max Irby's stem cell type, and in the middle of the night when you're sleeping, getting ready to wake up the next day, go to work, commune in your happy relationship, and live your life the way that you want to live it, you are rather like forcefully kidnapped by the government. They sedate you, and then the next morning you wake up in a medical room connected to Max Irby via an IV cord, and then a representative of the government tells you, well, we kidnapped you because we like Max Irby, and we forcefully connected you to him via an IV cord, and frankly, this IV cord is going to give him your stem cells, at least some of them, and if you disconnect from him at any point in the next 9 months, he's going to fucking die, because we've already started the process of the transfer. Okay, but then you're like, well, fuck you, you kidnapped me against my will, you put me in a scenario that I don't want to be in, that I did not elect to be in, that I did not cause myself to be in, that I refuse to be in, and then you rip that IV cord out of your arm. Unfortunately, Max Irby dies, and then you leave that room and you go back to your life. Did you do anything wrong?
Okay, so here's where your scenario doesn't quite work. In order for me, if we're going to make this a fair comparison, in order for me to disconnect from Max, I would have to kill him first and then disconnect.
Oh, no,
That
you
is
just have
the
to
only
pull
way
the
that this
IV
scenario
cord.
could be fair.
You just have to pull the IV cord out of your arm the same way the
That's
abortion
not
pill.
how it works in abortion.
That's
though.
how the
That's not
abortion
it
pill
in
works, my
abortion.
friend. It stops supplying the progesterone through the umbilical cord to the
Yes,
fetus,
you
basically
have to-
starving it to death by
correct.
depriving it of the things that it needs to live, the same way you are depriving Max of the things that Max
Correct.
needs to
So
live.
you would have to kill the baby first before you can remove them, correct?
So the method in which is being used to kill the fetus is the same method that you are using in the hypothetical to kill the fetus, which is to deprive him of the things that he needs to live.
Yes. So I would have to kill them first and then disconnect. That is the only way that this would be a fair comparison.
No, killing Max, you're killing Max by disconnecting from him. Just like you're killing the fetus by disconnecting from the fetus by stopping the supply of progesterone through the
we're not
umbilical cord.
disconnecting because we're talking about the share of bodily functions and organs, right? Because the woman's issue may be that I don't want this baby inside of me, but the only way to get the baby out first in the world of abortion is to kill the baby first and then take it out.
I don't think that you really care about the fetus being removed from the woman's body. You care about the fetus dying. Like, the reason why you say that abortion is wrong fundamentally has nothing to do with the fetus being removed from the uterus. The thing that makes it wrong from your view is the method in which is being used to terminate the life of the fetus. And that's what is being, and that's what's in question. One moment. That's what is in question. Okay, a woman removing the dead body of the fetus from uterus is not in question with my hypothetical. All that's in question is the method in which the abortion pill is killing the fetus by depriving it of the things that it needs to live. Okay, so the reason why I asked you that hypothetical about you being kidnapped and connected to Max Irby for 9 months via an IV cord, and I asked you if it would be wrong for you to disconnect that IV cord, depriving him of the things that he needs to live leading to his death, is because if you would argue in that scenario that you didn't put yourself in, that you didn't cause yourself to be in, that you didn't elect to be in, if you would argue in that scenario that it wouldn't be wrong for you to disconnect from Max Irby, depriving him of the things that he needs to live, well, then you would have no grounding to argue that there's anything wrong.
It would be wrong.
Do you think that it should be illegal?
Morally, it would be wrong. No, I don't think that it should be legal for us to be forced to donate an organ to somebody that is dying.
Oh, that's not what's in question. What's not in question was the action of you getting kidnapped by the government and being forcibly connected to Max Irby. Just listen. That's not what's in question. I'm not asking you about the morality of the government kidnapping you and forcing you to give your bodily resources to Max, because that's actually, in the analogy, what is being parodied to the rape. Okay, like for a rape victim, okay, the action of rape causes the fetus into a state of dependency upon the rape victim's bodily resources to live. In the analogy, the action of the government kidnapping you in the middle of the night and connecting you to Max Irby causes Max Irby into a state of dependency on you and your bodily resources to live. Okay, in the real world, after the rapist very clearly wrongly caused you into that state of dependency, and that was bad to do, that should be illegal, rape is bad, duh, okay, what's in question is it wrong for the rape victim to then disconnect that fetus from her bodily resources, causing it to die? And that would be a parody to, in the hypothetical, is it wrong for you now, after you've been kidnapped, to refuse the kidnapping, stand up and disconnect from Max Irby to go back to the life that you live and love, even if it deprives Max Irby of the things that he needs to live and causes his death? That's the question.
If I knew that my action was going to deliberately lead to somebody's intentional death, then yes, that is wrong. Of course, that is wrong. Now, of course, the circumstances.
Let's see where the standard falls. Wait. Can I finish? Let's see where that standard falls. Because, like, would you say that same thing about, like, a rapist? Like, is it like wrong to intentionally cause the death of a rapist because they're raping you and that's the only way to stop it? Like, no, you wouldn't say that that's wrong. So you don't think it's always wrong, okay, to kill another life, and which is infringing upon your own, given the only way to stop it is to kill them? And maybe you argue it's about intentionality. The rapist is intentionally raping you, and it is only for that reason that it is then justified to turn around and kill them if that's the only way to prevent the rape. Well, that's when we could just enact a hypothetical about a sleeping rapist. Sexsomnia is a real thing. Look it up. If you were getting raped by a sleeping rapist, sexsomnia, real thing, look it up. Would you be justified in killing them to stop the rape? I would also say in that circumstance, it is true that you would be justified in doing so. So the question remains, now that we've agreed, hopefully agreed, I'll allow you to speak so you could tell me if you do agree, that it's not always wrong to kill another life that's infringing upon your own, given that they're contingent, that they're like infringing on your own in the sense of like a sleeping rapist. Well, what would the relevant differences be between that scenario and you being forcefully kidnapped by the government and connected to Max Irby for 9 months?
Okay, so in the case of self-defense, you know, if my life is at stake, then yes, I would be justified in killing somebody. If that is the only way that I can save my own life, then yeah, that would unfortunately, it would be a horrible scenario that I'm sure nobody ever wants to be a part of. But yeah, I would be justified in killing that person if that is the only way to save my own life.
So stipulating that you know this rapist is going to rape you but is not going to kill you, your self-defense
then no,
principle
I wouldn't kill them. Then no, I wouldn't kill them.
But if the only way to stop the rape, like you're gonna get like brutally raped for hours, and the only way to stop it is to kill the rapist, is that an okay thing to do?
Is that of course it's not okay for somebody to rape you. That's horrible. And I'm not saying that the rapist is right in any way. I would hope that they would have to feel the wrath of the full extent of the law. But if they are not actively killing me, then I'm not going to take their life.
But so you're saying it would be wrong to take their life? It would be unjust to take their life? That would be
Yes. If my life is not at stake, the answer is yes.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. So do you agree that the definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a human life?
Unjustified and intentional, yes.
So you'd be a murderer if you were getting raped for hours and the only way to stop it was to kill the rapist? You'd be a murderer?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh my God! What
If
about
I
a child?
killed them, yes.
What if a small child is getting like brutally tortured and raped by an older man, and the only way to stop it is kill them? But they happen to have a pocket knife in their back pocket. They whip it out and they stab them in the neck and they kill them because they kill them because of a good positioning of the blade. Would that child be a murderer?
If they stabbed them in the neck and ran away, I don't think the child was intending to kill them, but more so intending for the action to stop.
Okay, so now we're just like shifting the intention in a very vague and elusive way. Okay, so when I or a hypothetical person figures out that another hypothetical person has really bad information on them that they are telling you that they're going to publish online, maybe like evidence of them being a creep or like a bad person or whatever, and then this like hypothetical person number one kills hypothetical person number two to prevent that information from being posted on the internet. Oh, well, they weren't intending to kill them. They're just intending to stop that information from getting out. The point is, you're like, yeah, it's being stipulated in the hypothetical that this child who's being raped knows the only way to stop the rapist is to kill them. They have a pocket knife and they jab it into their neck intending to kill them to stop the rape. Is that child a murderer?
By definition, yeah, unfortunately. And it sucks, but I can't say that I don't understand why they did what they did. But yes, by definition, correct.
Do you understand that you are arguing that this means that you think children have an obligation to be raped if the rape already occurred? Yes, that is what you're arguing. What is an obligation?
No.
It means, listen, it does mean that. And I'll explain why it means that, okay? A moral obligation is just something that you ought do. Okay, and you are saying in the scenario of a woman or a child getting raped, that because they are actively in the process of already getting raped, which we could agree from your perspective is something that you don't think should have started, but due to the fact that it did start, you think that they ought see it out. They ought do the thing of non-combatants. They ought do the thing of refusing to attempt to evade the scenario by killing the rapist.
Whoa. I did not, you're putting words in my mouth now. I did
Okay,
not
I'll
say
just
that
reduce
they
it down to saying that
cannot
they
be
ought to see it out.
combative.
That you're saying if a child is getting raped and the only way to stop the rape is to kill the rapist, that child ought to see that rape out. You are a rape advocate.
That will never be the only way to stop it. Absolutely, they should be combative. Absolutely, they should do, whatever they have to do to get out of that scenario. Whether that means punch them, if you have to stab them because that's the only weapon you have and you're a small child up against a full-grown man, let's say, then yeah, you should be able to use that weapon to defend yourself. First and foremost,
A, it is being stipulated in the hypothetical that that's the only way to stop it, and B, that's actually really realistic. Okay, when I hate talking about this. When that happens, okay, when a child does get raped, it is fucking terrible. The child's small, the adult's big. Okay, the child can punch and scream, and it's gonna happen. Okay, oh my God, it's just terrible. So it's actually really realistic to imagine a scenario where the only way to stop it is to kill them.
But it's also realistic.
But regardless of the fact that it's realistic or not, I'm stipulating that in the hypothetical, we know for a fact that the only way to stop the rapist is to kill them. And you're saying they have a moral duty not to kill them. Okay, so in other words, what you're saying is they have a moral duty to see that rape out until the end, meaning that you think they have an obligation to get raped.
No.
Let's run through this premise by premise. Do you accept that they indeed do have a moral duty to not kill the rapist? And this is a conclusion being yielded from the fact that you said if they were to kill the rapist, they would be doing a morally bad thing.
Correct. Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right.
Okay.
Correct.
They have a moral duty to not kill a rapist. Do you agree that in virtue of the fact that they have a moral duty to not kill the rapist, that therefore they have a moral duty to see the rape out until the end because it's being stipulated that the only other option is to kill the rapist?
This is a tough one, Dean. You're putting me in a hard spot because I do believe that the intentional killing of another human is murder.
Dude, this is like what this is like an X implies Y scenario.
I do think that if they were to kill the rapist I don't think that they should necessarily be charged with murder. Do I think that they committed the act of murder? Yes, but justifiably so.
What? Murder can't be justified. If you think it's justified,
Well,
then you
well,
don't think it's murder. In order to say that they justifiably committed this action of murder, you're
It's because
contradicting
we have
yourself
different
because murder's...
definitions. It's because we have different definitions of murder, Dean. Your definition of murder is the unjustifiable killing of another human, while my definition is the intentional killing of another human.
That's not...
Justification or not
you're
is all subjective.
A, I'm using the standard definition of murder, and B, your definition of murder is not just the intentional killing of a human being, because the reason why you're calling it murder is because you first called it wrong. Okay? But, okay, even if you don't think that murder is always wrong, we're just going to stop using the word murder then, because your definition is, like, really weird and idiosyncratic. We're just going to stick with the fact that you said it's wrong. Okay? You said that it is morally wrong, okay, for the child who's getting raped to kill the rapist to prevent the rape, given that's the only way to prevent the rape. Okay? So, therefore, it's being stipulated that they have a moral duty not to kill them. True? You accepted this already. I'm just asking you again for clarity. So, yeah, your answer is yes, Dean. That is true, because you already said that. Just say it again.
Two wrongs don't make a right, Dean. I mean...
Okay. Listen, just answer the question. You are saying that if a child is in the process of getting raped, they're going to be brutally raped and tortured for hours and hours on end, and the only way to stop the brutal rape and torture is to kill the brutal rapist and torturer. Okay, you'd argue that they have a moral obligation not to kill them. Correct?
Again, I will... oh my gosh. I don't like how you... I don't like your style of debating. Like you like to paint people into a corner.
Bro, you put yourself in this corner by saying that it'd be wrong for the child to kill the rapist in the first place. I didn't make you say that. I didn't put you in this position. You put yourself in this position. Take some responsibility for your own actions. Okay? You're telling women and girls to take their responsibility for their own actions when they just want to have sex for pleasure and the next thing they're pregnant. You're saying, oh, take responsibility for your actions. You reckless fuck. Now all of a sudden you're going to be a mom to a parent and there's nothing you could say or do about it, even though it's just in Columbus cells. Why can't you take responsibility for your actions? You said, you're the one that said that it'd be wrong for the child to kill the rapist when they're raping them. You're the one that said that it would be bad to do. You're the one that said that they shouldn't do that. So I'm the one that's just asking you questions about what you believe in and why. Okay? By the way, clearly when you say that if a child is getting raped by a rapist and the only way to stop it is to kill that rapist, it would be wrong to kill that rapist, that they have a moral duty to not kill that rapist. Okay? And if the only other option outside of not killing that rapist is to see the rape out, then inversely you're implying that they have a moral obligation to see the rape out. What are like another like series of words that I could use to like restate the claim they have a moral obligation to see the rape out? Sorry, duty. Well, another way to reword that claim is they have a moral duty to get raped. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Have a moral
Those
duty
two.
to be raped.
If you don't have a moral duty to get raped, okay, then you don't have a moral duty to not kill the rapist, given that's the only way to prevent and stop the rape.
I mean, yeah, then you're going to have to choose one or the other. So I guess in that scenario, I would prefer that the child chooses to end the life of the rapist if that is the only way to
okay, so you agree that you were dead wrong, dead disgusting, dead gross, and dead crazy when you said that it would be wrong for the rape victim to kill a rapist.
Okay.
You accept that?
No, but if that's what you want to say, like...
Okay, well, if you reject that, then how could you possibly say that it would be... how could you possibly say that it'd be an okay thing to do? That's just a contradiction. You can't simultaneously argue that'd be wrong to do and argue that it'd be for the rapist to kill the raper.
Wait, what? For the rapist? Wait, what? Say that again.
So, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I stumbled. For the rape victim to kill the rapist.
That would be morally wrong.
Yeah, you can't simultaneously believe that that's morally wrong.
Is this only in the scenario? Is this only in the scenario of a child rape victim?
What the hell? No, this would extend to all rape victims.
Okay, I was just making sure because we were just on a scenario for like 5 minutes about a child rape victim, so I'm just clarifying. Yes, it would be morally wrong for a rape victim to kill a rapist. Yes, you should leave that up to the law.
What if it's like a kidnap victim that isn't just like getting raped once, but like they got kidnapped as like a 10-year-old, and every night they're just being kept in a cage, and they're basically just used as an inanimate sex doll by the kidnapper until the age of like 50.
That's horrible, but it does happen. I mean, we can look at
Would it
what
be
was it?
dude, and the only way to get out of that scenario is for this victim of kidnapping that's like perpetually living in that cage and getting raped every day, all day,
that'll-
kept
in
alive
the
by like Snicker bars and
will
like
never
just enough
be-
water to sustain their life. Okay, the
Right,
only way to
so-
get out of the scenario is to kill the kidnapper. Is it wrong to do? Is it wrong to do it in that scenario?
No, because that person's life is at stake. No.
Oh, and we know that they will not ever be killed.
Like you're trying to change the circumstances. Like every answer I give, you change the circumstances.
I'm sorry.
to
I
the
just thought that
hypothetical
it was
have
stipulated.
to concede.
I by the way, I never changed the circumstances. I made it clear that this person was going to be kidnapped and used for these reasons
You
until the
j-
age of
you
55.
said
And they're
in-
not going to be killed. Okay, would it be wrong for them to
until
kill?
the age of 55.
Yeah, and
so
then,
are
and
they
then
going to
they're
be
just-
released at
Yeah,
55?
yeah, and then they're just released at 55. Okay, would it
Then
be
they're
wrong?
released at 55. Okay.
Yeah. Or they're just perpetually kept into this state until they're old and they die from natural causes or whatever.
Then their
Okay.
life is at stake. And yes, in that sense, absolutely, you have every right to defend
Okay,
yourself.
so
Yep.
if they're released at 55, do they have every right to defend themselves and we know that their life is not at stake?
The only way to escape is to kill them,
Yes.
because we know from other real life scenarios and not made up hypotheticals.
Yes, we know the only
in
way
other
for them to
real life
escape is to kill them. Is that okay?
There have been plenty
We
of
all- we-
other cases
we
of
know that
women that were.
we know that the
Hold
only
on,
way to,
hold
for them
on.
to escape
Are
is to
you
kill them.
gonna let
Is that
me?
okay?
Are you gonna? No, we're not gonna. Okay.
I just want to know. Just let me know.
Okay, so if they get to be released at 55, should they be able to kill them to get out sooner? I'm gonna say yeah, sure, they should be able to kill them to escape that. If they've been in since the age of 10, they're gonna be there until they're 55. Then, yeah.
So, in other words, you're telling me that there's a threshold for how long you have to be brutally raped and tortured before you could kill your brutal rapist and torturer to escape. You're basically saying that getting raped and tortured would be morally obligatory for the victim until after a certain point. Like, oh, you're just being raped and tortured for an hour? You can't kill them. You're morally obligated to get raped and tortured. Oh, you're getting raped and tortured for 2
Unfortunately, yes.
days? I'm sorry, bro. Just get the fuck out of here. You're a waste of you're a waste, bro. Just leave, bro. Like, head out. I'm sorry. You're a waste. Leave the life.
That's crazy. That's
I
crazy,
mean,
Dean.
I mean what I said. Listen to yourself. You're not just a rape apologist. You're a rape advocate,
No, that's not true at all, Dean.
bro.
Okay.
You should. If you think that's not true at all, go to my YouTube stream. Roll back the VOD. Literally 30 seconds ago, you said, "Yeah, unfortunately, they have a moral obligation to get raped." Get the fuck out of here.
You said if it's only for an hour, then yes.
Yeah.
They
yes,
should
you're a
not
rape
be able
advocate.
to just kill somebody because something horrible
Yeah,
happened
straight
to
up,
them.
straight up rape advocate. I've never
No,
met a
not
rape
at all.
advocate before,
Not
especially.
at all.
Oh my god, especially a woman. A woman. No, you're saying that you're obligated to endure some amount of brutal rape and torture. That's being a rape advocate.
I don't
Duh!
really know why they're so stuck on like.
Why am I so stuck on that? Why am I so stuck on you arguing that you were obligated to endure some amount of brutal rape and torture? Are you serious?
We're trying to talk about abortion, Dean. Like,
Oh yes, I forgot. You're pro-life. Oh my god, bro. I forgot. You are pro-life. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. That's crazy. Thank you for reminding me. I'm so grateful that you decided to so politely and kindly remind me that you think it is wrong, okay, for a pregnant woman to kill a unicellular organism, as if that unicellular organism has more value than a woman or a girl who's being raped, because you think they have an obligation to endure some amount of brutal rape and torture for maybe an hour or two, or I guess some other arbitrary line between an hour and 2 in like 40 years, because only in the scenario that I stipulated they're going to get brutally raped and tortured for 40 years did you finally concede that they would have they would have good reason to kill their rapist torturer.
I mean, I'd say if it's like more than a day, yeah.
Okay, 24 hours. We found the line. If you are brutally raped and tortured for 24 hours, then you could finally kill the rapist and torturer. I'm out of here, bro.
I mean,
Moving on. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm losing my fucking mind, bro. I'm losing my fucking mind. Who are these people? Who are these people? Oh. Oh. A woman. A woman. A woman was saying that. Oh. My God. Please, for the love of God, reflect on your choices. Reflect on your choices to say the things you have. I really hope that you don't actually believe those things. I really hope that she doesn't actually believe those things. Moving on to the next guest. By the way, her vote matters just as much as yours. Can we keep that in mind here? Her vote matters just as much as yours. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Fiend, I appreciate you for the $5. Who says, as a woman, we do not claim our own gender? That's disgusting as fuck. I can't, bro. That was some crazy shit. Mild, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, this is the best argument I've heard for being pro-choice, W. Dean. Yeah, I'm so sorry that the argument for the pro-choice worldview was overshadowed by a rape defender. Paradise, thank you for the 10 euros on Super Chat, who says, actual color insanity. Completely, just completely insane.
Give me a second, Dean.
King of the Golden State, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, morally wrong to kill the kidnapper. It's called self-defense, you donut. Yeah, her argument is that it's only self-defense if you have very strong reason to believe that they're going to kill you. In any other scenario outside of the one where they kill you, self-defense doesn't exist. It's just not real. It's not a real thing, bro. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Mike?
Hello?
Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 17. Sorry, 18. Sorry, 18. 18. I'm promise you. I've debated you before. I'm the one that was little broing Mar. Remember that?
Why did you just say that you're 17?
It was like a little quirk. Sorry, bro.
Let's see. At points in the past, I've...
Oh, that was a fart. Oh, man. Oh.
Melanie 612. Welcome to this stream. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not even here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Guys, these people have been stressing me out recently. Maybe a little bit too much, bro. For the last 3 nights in a row, I've woken up in the middle of the night of night terrors. And I think I've deduced that it's caused by the stress that these live streams have been causing me. Like, the stress is getting so bad from like the type of people that we've been talking to the last couple days. I've been like waking up at like 3 a.m. with like night terrors, like screaming and shit because of the level of stress. People in the chat are saying take a break. Well, before I take a break, because I'll inevitably need to do that if I can't, like, you know, try to fix it with other means. First, I'm just going to try to like live a more stress-free lifestyle within other regards. Charles, thank you for the galaxy. Like, I'm not even joking. When I end my stream today here in like 2 hours, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to meditate. Like, I'm talking like real meditation. I'm going to like go on YouTube. I'm going to search up a how to meditate video, and I'm going to legitimately sit down and meditate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? They're not here. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Secure, I really appreciate you so much for that galaxy. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Couple people to thank over here on Venmo real quick. Thank you so much, Lex, for the $5. And Karen. Oh my goodness, Karen. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Karen. That is Karen. That is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much for that love. Huge shout out to Karen while we're looking for that next guest down below in that chat. Let's get some major W's for Karen, who says, thank you for keeping me company while I was evacuated from my home due to the Spokane fires. Oh, I'm so sorry. I really hope that your home doesn't get burnt down. Good news. My house is still standing. Let's go. Celebrating with this donation to you. Well, Karen, I just all of my condolences and sympathies for your local community. I've seen some videos online of those fires. They are brutal. Thank you for the $50. Please show some very special love to Karen in that chat, genuinely. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay, we're just looking for American adults who do support Trump, so unfortunately we will be banning you. And oh my fucking God. Huge shout out to Ryan for the $200 donation on Venmo. God damn, Ryan. Holy fuck, dude. That is insanity. That is so much money, Ryan. Listen here. I am so grateful for you. I completely acknowledge I don't deserve a penny of that. I have no clue why you think I do. That's ridiculous. That's fucking crazy. Show some love to the GOAT Ryan down below. I want to see W Ryan's straight in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. Absolutely preposterous. Huge W Ryan. I'm so very grateful for your love and your generosity. Huge shout out to Ryan. Ryan with a $200 says, I'm starting an LDS, mission in Calgary, Canada soon. So this will be my last stream. You, along others, have encouraged me to study poli-sci/law when I get back, and one day we'll run for office. So if you're ever discouraged, please know you're making a difference. Wow, Ryan. Well, good luck on your mission, dude. Honestly, I've never really met, interacted to, or talked with many LDS people that agree with what I have to say. So you sound like a really stand-up lad, Ryan. Thanks for being a shining example of the way that your respective faith should be represented. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Ryan. Welcome in, Steven. Do you support Trump? Cleveland. Thank you for the blooming.
Dean, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump, bro?
I do support Trump. I've been trying to get on your live for a couple of days, man.
Are you driving?
I'm not driving. I'm double parked. We're in New York City here.
Okay, I believe you. Are you a Trump supporter? I think I just asked you.
I am a Trump supporter. I actually have a Trump sticker on my car.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. Do you mind giving me just one moment to thank a couple of the donors, and then I'll allow you to hop into it?
Of course.
Okay, Z, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 ZWs. Thanks for supporting what we do. Z, to your message, I'm not going to read that out loud. I would highly recommend consulting a professional, okay? Highly recommend consulting a professional. Call, one of those self-help lines and ask them what you should do. And I'm so sorry that you're in that position with your friend. Thank you for the $20. Jamie, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 Jamie W's. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Jamie with the 50 says, by her definition, murder, quote unquote, intent, and with intent killing a human, then the U.S./state government commits murder via death penalty. We should ban it immediately. So true. And all self-defense is murder as well, apparently, according to her. Thank you for the $50, Jamie. Thank you. Kat, thank you for the $10. Who says, as somebody who's raped, minutes can feel like hours. It does not matter how long it happens for. Trust me, Kat. A, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. And B, everybody agrees. Oh, dude, people like that last guest who argue otherwise, they're such a very small but loud minority, and they're just fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy, Kat. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, Samuel, Caitlin, and Cheyenne for the $5 as well. Jenna, thank you for the $10. Who says, please try Headspace app for meditation. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing, Jenna. Thank you. And then Mulaney, thank you for the $5 as well. Who says, I feel like we need a piano break to bring us back down to earth. We're just going to hop into the next debate, but maybe that would be a good thing to do eventually. Over on PayPal, thank you, Iben, I-B-E-N. Thank you for the $50. My goodness, thank you so much, you guys. Iben with the 50 big ones. That is a shit ton of money. I'm very grateful for you. Huge shout out to Iben. Says, please take care of your mental health. These maggots can really take a toll on everybody and everything. Love from Norway from Iben. Well, love to you in Norway, Iben. Thank you for the love and the great advice. I agree. They do just try to suck the life force out of anything that flourishes, right? And that's why MAGA is so pitiful and sad. Thank you, Joy, for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, that girl is crazy. Yep. She was crazy, Joy. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Etsy. Thank you for the $10 as well. You says, thank you for standing up for women and victims of SA. I'm a biochemist, and it's cute hearing pro-lifers pretend they understand science. Oh, yeah. Vast majority absolutely don't. Thank you for the $10. Emerson, thank you for the $5. Charlie with a 5 and Riley with a 5. Appreciate you guys. And then Rebecca, thank you for the 14, who says, Dean, you've been one of the major reasons why I've gotten into politics. I watched your streams every single night since January, and I'm about to start writing my thesis on political debates. Wow, that is awesome, Rebecca. About being interviewed, send me an email. If I have the time, I have the time, but chances are I won't. I just want to let you know in advance so you know what your you know what your chances are, as well as thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. John, who says U.S. Army vet whose drill sergeant taught him in basic that I don't have to follow unlawful orders. Yeah, and now we have our president saying that is treasonous. Okay, thank you, Sean, as well for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sean and John. Show some love to Sean and John. And one last one, and then we'll pass the mic to the guest. Thank you for the $5, Ariel Bob. Let's go ahead and hop into the debate. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right, so I want to, before I like say anything on like why I support him, I want to set like a common ground between me and you just to make sure we have some things in common. So what's your whole opinion on the Israel-Palestine conflict? I'll just give you some background on me. My parents came from the Soviet Union. I'm a Russian Jew, and we grew up in my family grew up in communism, and I'm a first-gen American. So what is your whole opinion on that ordeal?
Israel bad.
Israel bad. Interesting. Okay. What is your whole opinion on socialism?
Democratic socialism, not bad.
Interesting. And
not bad. I mean, am I a democratic socialist? I don't think so. But there's a lot of pressure on that word think. You know, and, I just haven't looked enough into it.
I mean, I live in it, so. And also, what's it called? I think me and you are gonna have the same opinion on abortion. My boy's coming. 1 second. Yeah, I think we're gonna have the same opinion on abortion. So, I grew up in a majority. What's going on, Ben? I grew up in a majority conservative household, and what's it called? Since I grew up in New York City, if you get a girl pregnant in my area, like, it's kind of like a bad thing, but like I wouldn't really mind having an abortion because like me as a 19-year-old definitely cannot raise a kid. So I kind of disagree with, let's say, Charlie's point of view on that, and also having like a whole like Christian values affecting my life when I.
Oh, you went on pause.
My girl called me. My bad about that.
You're good. You got a friend in your car. Your girlfriend's calling you. How long do you have to speak, bro?
I have as much time as you need, dude.
Okay, sounds good. Well, listen, man, I'll take over here. I'm happy to hear that you're pro-choice. Listen, dude, I've been talking to some crazy pro-lifers recently. I don't know how long you've been in the stream, but it's been a day. I'll just say that it's been a day.
I've been on your stream for a couple of days, dude.
Yeah, it's been crazy. So I mean, it's good to hear that. What I will say is that on its own is a reason not to support Trump. Okay, like if you agree that there's no good reason why we should prevent women from accessing abortions, then it's implied that you think preventing their access from abortion is a human rights violation, because in all scenarios where we're infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy with no good reason, it is a human rights violation. And Trump is responsible for 66 million of those, because 66 million American women and girls don't have access to abortion today because of Trump. That on its own, 66 million human rights violations is a pretty compelling reason to reject him as the almighty.
I understand your opinion on that. It's not that I completely agree with Roe v. Wade. I think that it should be to the states. I don't think it should be a federal thing, because I believe more in like a democratic right of like things happening, if you know what I mean. So like the people elect who they want to elect and push their opinions, like kind of that. I don't think things should be federal. I'm more of like a free opinion libertarian.
Do you understand the implications of this view? Because let me tell you them. There are some very bad implications of this view. The Constitution exists with federal protections for very clear reasons. Okay?
Yes, I understand.
Particularly the reason of the tyranny of the majority. So in the literature, when we discuss different theories of government, democracy, I don't know, dictatorship, and how, you know, authoritarianism or tyranny, fascism, anarchy, you know, all these systems, now they could kind of interweave and work together. Well, the biggest critique of democracy is tyranny of the majority, because in a direct democracy where the 51% gets their way every time, this means that hypothetically the 51% could just vote to enslave the 49%. Okay, and that's not a hypothetical. Through quote-unquote democracy, which was just denying the minority even access to the available voting pool, we had legal slavery. But even if black people could legally vote then, that would not have led to the nationwide criminalization of slavery, because they were a very small minority of all political constituents, even if they were to be considered political constituents. So the solution to this is to enshrine basic dignities and protections in respect to human rights into an inalienable document like the Constitution that can only be changed with very extreme measures requiring the supermajority support. So when you say that you don't really like anything being federal, okay, and you just want everything to be up to a democratic vote, are you saying that you want slavery to be up to a democratic vote?
If the people want it, then sure. Do I think slavery is wrong? Yeah, but if people have morality, they wouldn't vote for something like slavery.
So you think that the Confederates should have won the Civil War? Because that's what they said. The Union said otherwise.
No, I don't think the Confederates should have won the Civil War.
Why? Why? That's what the Confederates were fighting for. Just the rights of the states and the rights of the people.
They lost for a reason.
Just the reason that they lost was that the Union happened to be better at fighting with more available resources and strategic grounding to cut off trade ports in the Gulf of Mexico and along the East Coast. That's why the Union won. Okay? Not for any moral reason. Is it a morally good thing that the Union won? Yes. But is morality the reason why they won? No. Guns, bombs, bullets, and blockades is the reason why they won.
But morality, you can agree that morality was a big factor to why they won.
Morality was a big factor to why they fought, not a factor to why they won. Let me clarify that. Morality was a factor of why they fought, not a factor in why they won. Morality is not a tangible, physical, material thing that you could bop somebody over the head with to win a fight. Like, yeah,
no, I understand. I understand.
You know,
dude, I understand. But like, for example, the Union, since this, I'm not really familiar with the Civil War as much compared to like closer events, but since the Union was the team that took in like Black Americans and African Americans on their side to win. From a moral standpoint, they viewed them as regular people compared to the South as in them not viewing them as regular people. So
do you think that it's an immoral thing for the Constitution to prevent states from voting on the legalization of slavery?
Wait, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Do you think it's bad that we have a constitution that says slavery is illegal, that prohibits any democratic vote of slavery?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay, but you just got done saying that if the people want slavery, they should be able to vote on it.
I just counteracted my point, but like.
Okay, so you do agree that not everything should be up to a democratic vote for the majority, correct?
When it comes to extremities like that, I think that should be outlawed. But like when it comes to certain things that should be voted on through the people, like abortion, yeah, I think that's different.
Okay, all right. Well, the reason why I think that abortion falls under the same category as slavery, even though those two things are not identical, okay, and like at all, I agree, is because they both fit the criteria of human rights violations. I think that banning a woman or girl's access to abortion is a human rights violation, and I think that slavery is a human rights violation as well. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds, though. Why don't you just tell us why you support Trump?
Why I support Trump?
Yeah.
So I grew up in a conservative family, and my background is my family came from the Soviet Union, and we grew up under socialism, and we profusely despise democratic socialism and anything that has anything to do with socialism. So
what is socialism?
Socialism is when the state owns certain things like apartments, and they give out fixed salary for every position. That might be a little more closer to communism.
So you're against the state owning businesses or even apartments.
I'm against the state.
You're against the state owning things?
I'll give you an example. I'm against Mamdani's New York State state-owned grocery stores, because when back in the Soviet Union, how my grandpa told me is that all the grocery stores used to be owned by the Soviet Union, Stalin, whatever republic it was that was acting for that state. So as you know, there was 16 or 17 republics. I'm not exactly sure of the Soviet Union. Each republic owned a certain amount of grocery stores. So the problem with those grocery stores is that since everybody bought groceries for a fixed price or it was free, and a lot of things ran out very quickly. Because as a human, you cannot. It's impossible to split. Like, you cannot split because one person is going to have more greed than the other.
Okay, so you're just saying that you're against state-owned grocery stores because they'll produce shortages in the supply of goods. Okay. All right. All right. So, I mean, there's a couple things to be said here. I don't think the equilibrium price is equivalent to the price that companies sell their groceries at in the grocery stores today because of profit gouging. And I don't think that preventing profit gouging by selling the grocery for the cost of goods sold in a state-run grocery store is going to lead to significant shortages in available supply of goods. Another thing is, I think that shortages of the available supply of goods in the Soviet Union under Stalin more had to do with, like, state managed and ownership of the production of farms and their mismanagement of the production of farms that led to famines. I think that this is very well documented in the historical literature. I think that's an undeniable fact. I mean, many like socialists will accept this and just argue that not everything that Stalin did was good. Many will actually just say that Stalin is a villain. I understand that there are some Marxist-Leninists out there that may be sympathetic to some of the things that Stalin did, but I've never even heard a good argument from a Marxist-Leninist against Stalin and his very poor decision-making processes as it related to the state ownership of the production of farms. But because of like all of these variables, you can't just say that therefore any state-owned grocery store in any sense is a bad thing. Okay, this is like are you pro 2A as a Trump supporter? I bet you like guns.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you agree that we could identify scenarios through history where people have used guns to kill a bunch of other innocent individuals?
I mean, it goes on every day, dude.
Right. But this doesn't mean that, like, all use cases of a gun is going to be bad, right? Like, in virtue of the fact that you can use a gun and people have used guns to, like, murder innocent men and women, doesn't mean that, therefore, using a gun for home defense is bad. Because there are, like, explicit differences that we could point to between the two scenarios and which would yield the conclusion in the first case it's bad and the second case it's not bad. Well, very similarly, you can't just say, oh, well, because you have an example of a state-run grocery store that failed not because of the idea of a state-run grocery store, but more so because of the state's terrible control over the goods produced by farmers and mismanagement that led to widespread famine and genocide. Therefore all state grocery stores are bad. And B, I don't even know how this relates to Trump. Like, we do need to realize that Kamala Harris, Donald Trump's opponent, wasn't a socialist, wasn't a communist, wasn't a dim socialist. She was an establishment liberal.
She was closer to that.
Okay, we're just saying that she's closer to that doesn't mean that it's therefore a bad thing, okay? I want you to tell me what policy did she run on that you disagreed with that makes you support Trump?
Almost everything.
Okay, so you disagreed with tax cuts for the working class? Why?
I want tax cuts for everybody. There shouldn't be tax hikes on just, like, the rich. That's not fair. Because let's say if I depart...
What?
I mean, dude, I'm speaking with you respectfully, so, dude, I just disagree. I disagree. So let's say I start becoming rich. Why is it my problem that I have to start paying like more taxes for other people?
Yes.
For example, New York State.
Yes, I can tell you why.
1 second, dude. New York State. You know about the whole situation, how Mamdani's trying to kick out all the rich guys, and he made all the
why? And I understand that you're in New York City and you hate Mamdani, but like, try not to make this debate about Mamdani because we need to remember that that's just one mayor.
No. I'm bringing the example. Okay,
but let me just tell you why you're wrong. Okay, what the hell? Yes, you should pay disproportionately more in taxes the more money that you have. Why? Because of the law of the diminishing value, the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar. The more units of the dollar you have, respectively, each individual unit of that dollar is less valuable to you. So it only makes sense that you should have to give disproportionately more units in taxation. B, the basics concerning what generates moral obligations. If doing something at a very low cost for yourself generates a very good, helpful outcome to a vast amount of others, then you probably have a moral obligation to do it. So, like, yeah, I would say that, billionaires have an obligation to go without a lot of their money that is at a low cost to themselves. It's not going to impact the quality of their life in the slightest to, like, prevent children from dying from starvation and to ensure that disabled Americans have access to the hospital. Yeah.
I agree. I agree with the disabled Americans. I'm all for paying taxes. Don't get me wrong. Taxes are a great construct in the American society. I just think it's very unfair when, let's say, a doctor in New York makes $600,000 a year, and at least like 40% of that is going straight to taxes, and he only takes home a certain amount of money. It's just unfeasible, dude.
Okay, listen. I'm actually okay with accepting that it's unfair that rich people get taxed more. Okay? Because I think I could still make an argument that they should get taxed more. Ultimately, there are three possible systems of taxation. You have regressive taxation, which is where you get taxed more the less money you make. You have flat taxation, which is where everybody gets taxed the same amount, which is just getting taxed more the less you make because of the law of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar. Plus, you just spend more of the money that you do make on the bare essentials to live, meaning that it's more impactful to the value and the quality of your life when you take the same percentage away from you as you would from a millionaire.
I'm a finance major,
and
bro.
then B, a progressive taxation system where you're disproportionately taxed more the more money that you make. Okay, do you agree that these are the only three ways to tax people?
I agree. I'm a finance major, dude.
Okay, so the first two of those ways are unfair to who? Poor people. The last one of those ways are unfair to who?
Which ways are unfair? Progressive.
Okay, so perfect. Now that we've determined, out of the three ways to tax people, two of them are unfair to the poor, and one of them is unfair to the rich, we accept that regardless of the way in which we tax people, some group of people is going to be taxed unfairly. So the question is, would you prefer for that group of people to be poor people or rich people?
I prefer it to be nobody.
I'm sorry. I prefer you to recognize the fact that you already conceded that it has to be at least one of these two groups because we only have three possible ways to tax people. It's either that one group of people gets taxed unfairly or nobody gets taxed. Because out of the three systems of taxation that could possibly be done, progressive, regressive, or flat, somebody's getting taxed unfairly. In the first two systems, it's poor people. In the last system, it's rich people.
I obviously prefer progressive, but I'll put it to you this way.
GG's, thanks for the concession.
I prefer progressive in a, like, resolved manner where it's lower for everybody, but it's still progressive in some way. So let's say poor people have to pay 1%. I'm just giving a hypothetical percentage. Poor people pay 1%, then middle class pays 1.5, and then the rich pay 1.75. So the ratio is not too far away from each other. That's what I prefer. I prefer on the lower rate when it comes to things like that. Obviously, dude, it's not going to be fair for everybody.
The reason why that system is not sustainable, we can never do the ratio of taxation similar for poor people as to rich people because there's not a ratio of the distribution of wealth similar to poor people it is for rich people. Okay, like maybe if rich people only held like 1% more wealth than poor people, like you would be right and we should only tax them 1% more. Okay? But due to the fact that the distribution of wealth is like immense, like the top 1% of income earners hold 85% of the wealth in this country, the only type of progressive taxation system that could ever effectively support a functioning society with fair and benevolent social safety nets while not drowning poor people into oblivion by stealing all of their money through taxation is to have significantly regressive taxation systems where you are disproportionately taxed more the more money you make. And I also want to clarify another motivation for this is because of the law of the diminishing returns of the value of the dollar. Okay, 20% of an income to a person that only makes $20,000 annually is significantly more meaningful to that respective person than 20% of an individual's income that makes $20 million annually. Like if I'm making $20 million annually and I have to pay 20% in taxes, meaning I have to give $4 million in taxes, is that $4 million going to be more meaningful to me than $4,000 from somebody that makes $20,000 annually? No, it's actually not. $4,000 to somebody that only makes $20K per year is much more meaningful than $4 million to somebody that makes $20 million per year.
Of course, but a paycheck's still gonna put a smile on your face, so I wouldn't want to see my paycheck decreasing.
All right, well then I just think that you're like functionally like economically illiterate and you don't have any like grounds to hold this conversation with me. If like your standard of determining how much you should be taxed is how happy you are when you see a number on your paycheck. Like there are necessary considerations that have to be made about society as a whole. There are necessary considerations that have to be made about how much money you make. There's necessary considerations that have to be made about wealth distribution. There are necessary considerations that have to be made about what social systems exist. There are necessary considerations that have to be made about how much do we have to spend in order to support the social systems that exist. Like we can't just reduce it all down to do you have a smile on your face or a frown on your face when you see the number on your paycheck. Like we can't do that. We have to consider other factors like livable wages. We have to have happiness index, like freedom index. Like there's so many factors that have to be considered. You can't just consider how happy you are when you get a paycheck.
Mr. Withers, do you donate to charity?
Yes.
So why don't you donate more?
Why don't I donate more to charity than I already am? Well, that's a paradoxical question because it is always true that there's a static amount of money that I will donate to charity. So when you ask me, why don't I donate more? Well, in any possible like circumstance, regardless of the amount of money that I donate to charity, you could always like question, why don't you donate more? And then as soon as you like, imagine that I were to say, I donate 100% of the money that I make to charity. Well, you could still ask the question, why don't you donate more? Then I'm like, because I don't have any more money to donate. And you're like, why don't you work more to make more money to donate? You're like, that's a completely trivial question that is absolutely paradoxical.
The point that I'm trying to make is when it comes to that, why should I choose to like, all right, I pay for other people's like social security. Maybe my taxes go to the homeless. Why do I have to, like, let's say I make a certain amount of money and my paychecks are tight and I want more money to myself because I'm trying to save. I'm a college student. You understand how it is. Why does my money have to go to some bullshit government services when other people could just choose to pay for it? For example, like charity. Like, I don't want to pay for, like, certain things that go in, like, when it comes to, like, the Department of Government Efficiency, right? They found, like, a bunch of money that was being outsourced to bullshit places, like trans kids in Colombia. And whatever happened there, I wouldn't want to pay for that. I'm about to go into a tunnel, so I might disconnect. But
okay, listen, I'll just respond. The first thing that I'll say is, if you are a college student working to make money to sustain your life, I probably think that you should be taxed less. I don't know why, dude. Every Trump supporter that I talk to, whenever I'm like, "Hey, Kamala Harris ran on tax cuts for the working class to make the working class save a bunch of money to like invest in what they want to invest it in to spend it on their quality of life," they're always like, "No, we can't tax rich people more." But then I end up talking to you about where you're at in life, how much money you're making in life. Turns out you're a college student, probably a member of the working class that Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for. So you're asking the question, why am I taxed as much as I am? You're making the assertion that I want to be taxed less. But then in the election, you vote for the candidate that's effectively going to tax you more? Come on, bro. Like what are we doing?
Incorrect. Here's where socialism comes into play, dude. When you give out money to people like stimuluses and other stuff, I know.
Then Trump's a socialist for giving out stimulus checks.
I know.
Is Trump a socialist?
I know, but COVID is a different time. I'm talking about now. When Kamala Harris.
Okay, is Trump a socialist for still endorsing Social Security? Is Trump a socialist for still endorsing Medicaid and Medicare? Is Trump a socialist to at least like some extent endorsing public education? Is Trump a socialist for endorsing public roadways? Is Trump a socialist for endorsing at least to some extent firefighters and police? Is Trump a socialist for endorsing like public libraries? Is Trump a socialist for like spending money on things for the public good?
I understand, dude. I love you, dude, and I really love hearing your points, but you know, repeating the same thing, I understand. Trump is socialist in his own way. Everybody's a socialist somehow. Everybody's a socialist. If you want to pay taxes and you want to have a fire department or a police department, that's a socialist policy, dude. Everybody believes in socialism in some way. Would I want it to be mitigated? Of course. I wouldn't want any socialism, only to like a certain degree.
How do you determine that degree?
I want certain government services.
How do you determine what certain government services you want?
I want safety. I want security.
Okay, you want safety and security. Me too. Because I want safety and security, I want universal access to healthcare for everybody, because that ensures our safety from biological and natural ailments, and that secures our security in our future, because when you don't fund systems of healthcare, then individuals live significantly shorter and more deteriorated lifespans.
Dean, that's
Okay,
the
so
problem.
if what you
Look
value
at
is safety and
Canada.
security, well, now all of a sudden you could justify everything that the progressive, democratic socialists and people like me want.
Dude,
So how
that's
do you
the
even
problem,
determine
bro.
what the level of a safety and security is? Because clearly you
I
don't
think
endorse and
private-
support all things in which could be conducive towards safety and security.
I think private healthcare is one of the best things to happen in America because
It's
private
2 times more
healthcare
expensive than public.
it's fucked up, but you know, it's the thing that money talks, dude. So if you're gonna have free healthcare in Canada, you're gonna be waiting a certain amount of months, or maybe like you might not be visited at all when it comes to certain things. That's not how it works in Canada, dude. There's lines for certain things. Like if you broke
listen,
a leg,
I just think that
you
there
have
should
to
be a
wait.
public option. I just think that there should be a public. You're saying that the lines are going to be longer through a public option. You're probably right. I don't think I have a counter argument for that. But for individuals that don't have a private option, okay, a longer line is better than no line at all.
But that's where insurance comes in.
Well, yeah, and obviously people who don't have insurance don't have insurance. It's an analytical truth. Yes, the people who the public option would matter the most to are for those that are not insured.
But that's your choice to not have insurance.
Okay, because they're not like working, for instance, and they're low-income American.
Dude, even McDonald's gives out insurance.
Okay, well, I would say that it's not necessarily true that all walks of life give insurance. Like an independent contractor is not going to get insurance.
Dude, trust me,
Like,
dude.
do you
I'm
think
a
that we need?
boxer.
Do we think that you need?
I'm a-
Do you think that we need independent contractors? Do you think that we need small businesses? Do you think that we need like content creators like me?
I mean, yeah. Small
Okay.
businesses, yeah. Content creators like you know.
Okay, perfect. Do you agree that there are like some small business owners who don't get insurance through their job and, you know, in order to afford health insurance, either have to live off their parents until 26 or have some crazy high deductible with premiums out the ass that make it nearly impossible to live life in a fruitful, productive way? Like, yeah, clearly some people like that exist. They should have a public option.
Dude, of course. But I think
You
I
just
mean, it's also
conceded to
your
a public
choice.
option. You're a socialist, apparently, according to your own standard. Thanks for playing.
There we go, bro. Hail Stalin. But what I'm trying to say is I think it's your choice where you want to work and where you want to be. For example, I think public schools is a great thing. I grew up in the public school system. It's pretty shit. I'll be honest with you. Public schools are pretty shit, especially in New York. But, you know, they still get the job done. I'm in
By the way, are you
college.
behind the wheel?
No, I'm a passenger. I can turn on my camera if you really
It's
want.
okay, I believe you. Hey, listen, man, I'm kind of done with that conversation. I'm just going to ask you one last thing, all right? Would you still support Trump as president if he was in the Epstein files?
If he's convicted, you're gonna say he was convicted in New York,
Yeah, true.
and you're also gonna show that page with the jury.
True.
But here's this: the jury was handpicked, and you know it. And Trump wasn't
By Trump's
prosecuted.
lawyers and her lawyers? They had a Trump supporter on the jury?
Dude, it was a favored court.
To
It was
Trump.
one of the worst legal things to ever happen.
No, they had a favor court to Trump. Juror number 9 indicated on the jury selection form that he thought that Tim Pool and other people on the right were super like reasonable, moderate voices who they love. That E. Jean Carroll's attorneys, that was a victim's name, if you don't know, and for everybody watching, her attorneys were like, "Oh, wait, what? We have somebody on the juror that's like telling us that they like love like right-wing content creators and they view them as sensible, moderate voices." Keep in mind, Tim Pool has gone on live saying we need to destroy Ukraine and all hail Trump. That's like a pretty like radically right juror who would probably throw the jury's decision because they needed all 9 jurors to agree in Trump's favor, regardless of what the evidence was. So then her attorneys petitioned the judge and they're like, "Bro, kick this guy off. Get this fucking Trump supporter off the jury. We're trying to get a fair case." And then Trump, because he's a fucking billionaire, was able to get his Giga Chad attorneys, probably the best in the world.
Giga Chad?
They're probably the best attorneys in the world. He's a billionaire. Of course, they're like awesome attorneys. They got his amazing attorneys to petition the judge, and they were like, "No, political affiliation on of its own is not a motivation to eject a juror from a jury. Look at all of like these case studies done on the fact that there's always going to be bias present in a jury and how we can't just remove people because of political affiliation, because everybody's going to have a political affiliation. If we're going to get this juror off that's like clearly on the right, well, then we'd also need to get the other jurors off that are clearly on the left." And they convinced the judge to keep the Trump supporter on the jury. So whenever anybody says that the jury was rigged in the rape case against Trump, my first response is you were fucking brainless, or you just simply don't know that there's a Trump supporter on the jury.
Thanks, Dan. You just called me brainless. That's
Oh,
very
I said
good.
or you just didn't know that there was a Trump supporter on the jury.
Sure. Dude, I just don't agree with the whole jury and whatever happened there.
Why don't you agree with it? How about that? Tell us, why don't you agree with the jury when they ruled that Donald Trump basically raped a woman?
There was no probable cause. There was no evidence.
What even is rape nowadays?
Yeah, what's rape nowadays, dude? It's like
Now what's
if
rape
I touch-
nowadays? Let's look into that question. Let's take a look into that question. Well, hey, let's first look at the action that the jury determined that he did to her. The action that the jury determined that he did to her was to shove her against a wall in a changing room, then forcefully penetrate her vagina with either his fingers or his penis. Okay, is that rape?
That sounds very kinky. That sounds very kinky.
That sounds like a kink. Girls around that.
All right, no, but in all seriousness, dude. If she this is the whole problem that I disagree with, like all the rape cases.
You understand that you just said that? Whoa,
no,
slow down. You understand that you just said that women want to get raped? You just said that women want to get raped. Dude, I just explained to you a scenario of a woman getting raped, and you're like, oh, that's kinky.
No, we were just joking.
Okay,
But, like,
I don't think
on a
it's
serious
acceptable to
note,
make
dude.
jokes about rape. Are you like, dude? It's rape.
All right, Dean, come on. Are you liberal?
I'm sorry. I'm okay with being called a snowflake for telling you that it's unacceptable to make jokes about rape. That's clearly not a virtuous thing to do. It's clearly
Sorry,
not
Dean, I'm
virtuous
sorry,
to
I'm
make
sorry.
jokes about rape.
I'm sorry. But what I'm trying to say is, dude, like, if she wanted to report rape, why did she report it at that time? Like,
I
when
don't
it
know,
happened?
Maybe the same reason why 60% of women who are
that's
raped
the
never report it to
problem.
the authorities in their lifetime, because we live in a culture of rape where as soon as you are not able just to accuse your rapist of raping you, but also have them be found guilty in court, the first response of immature 18-year-old boys are, oh, that's kinky. Don't you think that's maybe a reason why some people don't want to publicly accuse their rapists? Because they don't want to have
Dude,
that
you
lived
can
experience undervalued and undermined by random people that they don't know. And trust me, like random 18-year-old boys like you saying that it's kinky as a joke is probably like the least of the concerns of rape victims, because they also have to deal with like what? Getting fired from their job, having their friends and their family members not believe them, being turned into a monolith and dehumanized and attacked. I mean, E. Jean Carroll got fired from her job for her accusation against Trump because, well, what did Trump say and what did he convince half the nation of? She's a crazy bullshit liar, crazy lady who should never be believed and has just absolutely lost her mind. Yeah, that's why she was fired.
I mean, but dude, like, she reported it later. She could have run to the authorities immediately. If you get raped, go to the authorities immediately. Or, matter of fact, just kill the fucking guy. Like, dude, you saw what happened with
Listen,
the
what
wrestler.
I'm trying to tell you. So, A, you asked me why did she wait 20 years? My first response was to explain to you why a bunch of women wait a long time before reporting rape. You just completely ignored it. And B, okay, regardless of why women wait to report rape, because it's a status quo, and many women wait to report rape, that cannot be used as a piece of data to reduce the likelihood that she actually was a rape victim. If E. Jean Carroll was like a needle in a haystack, like the one woman ever who claimed to be a rape victim 20 years later, but all other rape victims reported it the day of. Like, maybe sure, in that scenario, you could use that as a reason to reduce the credence or the likelihood of her allegation being true, right? But because this isn't like the needle in the haystack, the diamond in the rough, the one woman ever, and not only is this very typical, but actually more typical than not, that victims of rape will wait a very long time or never report it at all, that gives you absolutely no reason to believe that she was a liar.
But dude, let's say Dean, you have a girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Let's say you break up with your girlfriend. And 20 years later, your girlfriend said that you guys had non-consensual sex, and she would say you raped her when everything was consensual. Even if Trump, let's say Trump had sex with her, right? And it was consensual. Maybe it's wrong that he was married at the time, but let's say it was consensual in the moment, and then somebody just switches it.
Oh, wow.
No evidence,
Wow. Good job,
evidence.
bro. You've proved that it's possible that she wasn't telling the truth. Thank you so much for proving that it's possible that she's not telling the truth. The same way it's possible that 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, imagine that the government lied. The same way it's possible that we never landed on the moon. Oh, imagine it was a green screen. The same way it's possible. Are you a Christian?
I just told you in the beginning of the live, I'm a Jew.
Okay, imagine that it's possible that Jesus is God, because he
Jesus
actually
is not
resurrected.
God. It's not
Oh well, it's
possible.
possible. It's possible that he actually
It's not
resurrected.
possible,
It's
Dean.
possible that the Bible is an historically accurate
Is it
account
possible-
of religion,
is it
of
possible
truth.
for me to love you?
It's possible, right? You know,
Is
but
it
my
possible
point
for us
is,
to be
is
lovers?
you just saying, oh, like imagine E. Jean Carroll lied is clearly not a strong enough case to refute.
But it could happen. She did. There was no rape kit done. There was nothing
Okay,
done. There was
listen,
no evidence in the moment.
I'm in the middle. Listen, I'm agreeing that it's possible that she lied in a very
There
similar
we go.
way.
You conceded. GG's. You
The
conceded.
reason why
GG's,
that's
bro.
not a consent. Do you agree that it's possible 9/11 was an inside job?
It's possible. All right, my boy.
Okay,
my
good.
boy-
Fucking
That's not me,
GG,
that's
you
not me, that's
conceded
not me.
9/11's an inside job
That's
because
not
you
me, that's my
conceded
boy,
that it's
that's
an
my boy, that's
unrealistic
my boy.
possibility. Listen,
I don't think it was.
just
I don't
listen
think
to
it was
me.
an inside job.
Just
I don't
listen
think
to
it was
me.
an inside
Oh,
job.
but is it possible it was an inside job?
I mean, it's possible it was an inside job.
Oh,
but
thanks
it's
for
not an inside
conceding that
job,
it
in my
was an
opinion.
inside job.
I didn't concede it was.
Oh, okay. So then I didn't concede that she was raped when I
Dean,
said
this
it's
isn't-
unrealistically
all right,
possible that
all
she
right,
lied.
this is-
Because
this-
we
dude,
don't go
this-
off of one moment, Stephen. We don't
I
go
love
off
you.
of unrealistic possibilities to indicate what is actually or probably true. I understand that it is an unrealistic possibility that she lied. Everybody understands that. We're not E. Jean Carroll. We're not inside of her head. Therefore, there exists some very low possibility that she was lying. But the point is, when we look at the data, when we look at the evidence, and all of the surrounding evidence of the event, it strongly indicates to a very high degree that she was telling the truth. Why do I say this? Well, she was able to keep her testimony consistent for 30 years. She had 4 friends testify to the fact that she had shared within the story over the course of the last 40 years. She had a psychotherapist analyze her testimony and testify in court that she was presenting signs consistent with true trauma of rape victims. Donald Trump is just the type of guy to do that to a woman because on other scenarios, he has just straight up admitted to sexual violence. He said that he just barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to take advantage of them. In 2005, Donald Trump... What did you say?
That's hot.
Okay, cool, bro. You think it's hot to sexually exploit naked children and girls? Because that's
Obviously
what
not,
I
dude.
said, and then that's what you responded by saying it's hot.
Obviously not, dude. Stop
Then
being
why
a
did you say
snowflake.
that?
Stop being a snowflake, Dean.
Oh, I'm so sorry for like asking you why you said it's hot to like sexually exploit naked children. I'm such a fucking snowflake.
Yes,
Dude, I'm
you are.
such a snowflake for asking you why you said it's hot to abuse kids sexually. Yeah, dude.
You're a melted snowflake.
Yeah, bro. All right, bro. Listen, I'm going to move on to the next guest. I don't know what the hell is up with the guests as of recently. It's like, what are we doing? Like, who are these people? Where do they come from? Oh my God, bro. These are like the worst fucking people. These are just straight up like the worst people ever, man. Dean versus worst people ever is the new title of the live stream. What are we doing? Someone in the chat made a joke saying average Trump fan. Is that even a joke? Like, is that even a joke? It's been like every guest for 3 days. Thank you for the Galaxy, Alani. It's been every guest for 3 days, bro. Like, how do you explain this? How do you fucking explain this? How do you explain almost every guest for 3 days just being fucking crazy? We're gonna go to get that next guest connected, bro. Holy shit. Hey, do you support Trump, bro?
Yes.
Alani, thank you for the Galaxy. What did you say? I recognize those acoustics.
I'm not in the bathroom.
Enjoy your bath. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. If you want to help me pay for my therapy that I'm clearly going to need after this live, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account, which you can find by clicking my profile picture in the top left-hand corner, then hitting it again with a pop-up window. You can also find the @ for my Venmo and PayPal right there as always. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers, and it's always in the pinned comment on YouTube too. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Well, of course, I suffer from a voice thing. I'm 17, but I turn 18 in a week. I was born August.
You folded quick. Rylan, thank you for the galaxy. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA here, folks. And you're an American adult that supports Trump over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for the $20, Faith. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Who says, I will say the nasty CNC kink is a thing. They weren't even mentioning CNC. They were just saying that, like, me reiterating the testimony of a rape victim was a kink. Like, Jesus. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you, Faith. Thank you for supporting the stream and what we do. I'm a little bit mentally disturbed about that still. Thank you so much as well, Thomas, for the $20. Thank you, Thomas, for the $20. Let's get 200 Thomas W's in the chat. Thank you for supporting the stream and what we do here. Thomas with the 20 says, GOP, Guardians of the Predators, sorry that you had to deal with the people yesterday on Manic Misogynist MAGA Monday. From the parts I heard where it was live, I was genuinely disgusted. Take care of yourself whenever you can. Yeah, man, it's been bad recently, Thomas. I'm going to level with you. I know that you've been watching for a while, Thomas. I recognize your name, so I bet you know that too. Jasmine, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Jasmine while we look for that next guest to bring up. Jasmine with a 15 says, that guy is the answer to his own question. He just doesn't get it. He is the reason why people don't want to report. I couldn't agree with you more. Des and Sabrina, thank you guys for the $5 and Mia with the $10 who says, please God, kick these frat assholes. We got them out of here. Thank you for the $10, Mia. Carrie with the $10 says, please don't read this out loud. You got it, Carrie. I'll keep that to myself. Let's get 100 Carrie W's. Thanks for supporting the work that we do. Joanna, thank you for the $9. And Nix, thank you for the $5. Shout out to you as well, Sabrina, for the $5. And Morgan with the $10 who says, this is the most Monday-esque group of guests you've ever had. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why it's always bad on Monday. Thank you for the love, by the way, Morgan. I appreciate you for the $10. Same thing to you, Maddie. Thank you for the $14, who says, sending all the love and positivity to those affected by the fires in Spokane, my hometown. My grandparents were also evacuated, and it is one of the scariest things we've ever had to go through. Maddie, it is so crazy. I've been looking at, like, the images and the videos online. It is so scary, dude. Thank you for the $14. Same thing to you, Sandy. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. He was just recommending that I get a therapist. Probably a good recommendation. Thank you for the $20, Sandy. Same thing to you, Shannon. Thank you for the $25 donation. Very kind of you, Shannon. Show some love to the goat. Shannon says, thank you for sacrificing your own mental health to provide faith and humanity for so many others. Take care of yourself, Dean. Well, thank you, Shannon. I really appreciate you for supporting what we do, and I also really thank you for your very, very kind words. Caroline, thank you for the $50. Damn, Caroline. Thank you so much. Caroline with a 50 says, this dono is dedicated to all the victims out there that had to listen to that insanity. I wish I could apologize for her. Caroline is talking about the guest before the last, the woman who's just saying crazy shit. Thank you for the $50, Caroline. Same thing to you, Cody. Thank you for the $20, who says, I supported Trump because I was raised Republican, but I've seen things and watched your stream a lot, and that has made me double guess. Would you take me up to talk about the Republican/Democrat beliefs, even though I don't support Trump anymore? Well, man, what specifically do you want to talk about it? I definitely consider. Jennifer, thank you for the $40, who says, Dean, advice from a civil litigator. You need a couple days off a week to clear your brain's cache, even when you love your job. Honestly, if a civil litigator is telling me that, I should probably take your advice, because you probably deal with, like, very similar mental stressors that I do. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Show some love to all of the donors over on Venmo. We still have a couple people to thank on PayPal, but before we do, let's get this next guest loaded in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Fred?
Yes, sir.
You sound like you're about a mile away from your mic. Do you want to turn Bluetooth off and see if that sounds any better?
Wait, hold up. Okay, yeah. Okay, hello, Dean.
Say that again.
Hello, Dean.
Get out of the bath! You're in the bath!
Bro, just listen to me. Dean, bro. Come on, man. I'm trying to be nice. I want to debate, but you're ticking me off, man.
I'm not trying to debate you when you're like rub-a-dub-dubbing and shit. Like, go play with, you know, your rub-a-ducky and get that shampoo in your hair. But like, come on, this is common sense. You're in the fucking bath. Why are you on a debate stream? You're in the bath.
You see, Dean, it's because I love you, bro. Like, I have dreams and fantasies about sleeping in bed with you.
That's fucking weird, okay? How do we... Oh my God, Fred. Fred, I'm sorry. I just have to kick you. I have to do it, bro. It has to be done. Imagine sitting in your little bubble bath at 6:14 p.m. on a weekday. 5:14 p.m. West Coast. Joining a live stream to talk in front of nearly 35,000 people. TikTok and YouTube combined to express your love and wet dreams to a streamer. You need to seriously reevaluate your life choices, okay? Because whatever has led you to this moment in time, just like something went wrong. Somewhere, somehow, something went wrong. Jero, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Let's go to get the next guest connected. What the hell are we doing? Emerson, I appreciate you for the $6 donation on PayPal. He says, love you, Dean. Shout me out, please. Shout out, Emerson. Thank you. David? What the fuck? Yo! Oh my God. David. Damn. Thank you so much for the $500 donation on PayPal. Dude. That is very, very, very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, David. I don't deserve that. I have never and I will never. And I have and will never take that for granted because I genuinely understand the level of privilege that I have doing what I do and how just infinitely grateful I am for your very, 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 very crazy generosity. Huge shout out to David. David, that is so much fucking money, dude. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that that is like food for a while, to say the least. That is like a very significant portion of my fucking rent for a month. That is like living costs. Just, dude, thank you. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's my job to speak, and I'm at loss for words. Thank you, David. Genuinely, from the very bottom of my heart, I want to see so much love for David in that comment section for the $500. For the fucking $500 donation. Thank you, David. Huge shout out to David. Next, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Holy cow. Next is not here. Matt, are you with us?
I am with you.
Hey, it's good to see you, Matt. I could hear you, right? You're a little bit quiet.
I always had that problem. I don't know what it is. My volume's up all the way, but for some reason, it's low.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it'll work. I could still hear you. It's just a little bit low. Good to have you here. Happy to have you here, Matt. Flip, do you support Trump?
Yeah, man, that last guess was trouble, Dean. Yes, it is me. And that last guess was trouble. But it's fine. We're not in the bath, so let's have a conversation.
Okay. Are you MAGA?
Am I MAGA? Well, let's dive into that conversation.
No. Let's dive into you getting a fucking job. Let's dive into you getting a life. Let's dive into you falling in love, finding a partner, and thriving in a respected communion of 2 into 1 instead of trolling a TikTok live streamer who just wants to debate Trump supporters. You fucking sicko. Stay out of the shower or the bath when you're on the live. I do not want to be talking to somebody with their wee-wee out. Underwear. Shorts, pants, shirts, dresses. Just something, just anything, okay? It just makes me feel weird. It just makes me feel a little bit weird.
I had to turn my camera on to prove that I'm not in a bath.
Moving on. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Brooks loading up in. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it. Welcome in, Brantley Brooks. Do you support Trump?
Yo, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join. I didn't know I requested.
Oh my god, now I'm freaking out. There was some like static on the background of his mic, which is typical. Sometimes your mic has a little bit of static. I thought it was a shower. I'm all like paranoid and shit. Only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen. Please do follow them. Quite frankly, please and thank you. A couple more people to thank over on PayPal. Thank you, Bradley. Sorry, not Bradley, but Freya. Freya, thank you for the $15. Huge shout out to Freya, Freya. Freya with a 15 dollars says, I'm a 22-year-old trans woman from Alabama. I just wanted to thank you for all the love and support. Wish me luck as I start HRT. I wish you the very best of luck with your journey on HRT. I'm very grateful for you being here, and thank you for the $15. SJ, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, life has been so stressful lately. I just wanted to express how grateful I am for you. Being a black woman is so exhausting, and sometimes you're the reason I smile for the first time all day. Oh, SJ, I'm so happy that the live streams make you happy. You've always been so kind to me, and I'm happy that in a way I could be kind to you too by giving you something to put a smile on your face, SJ. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to SJ. Same thing to you, Eric. Thank you for the $22. Who says read in silent first? Okay, alrighty. I'll keep that to myself. Just know that I appreciate you. Let's get 22,000 Eric W's for the $22 donation. I'm very grateful for you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. Who says I had a very shitty day at work. Thank you for being a constant positive in my life. I'm happy that the streams are able to be a positive in your life. With the guests that we've had recently, I ask how or why, but regardless of how or why, I'm happy that they are. Thank you as well, Beanie, for the Galaxy, and Jenna, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Anthony, thank you for the 15, who says, been following for years. Thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you, Anthony. Let's get 150 Anthony W's. Geo, thank you for the $15, who says, Dean, I work in EMS. When you said earlier that we transport incapacitated, unconscious people under assumed consent, it's actually called implied consent. Otherwise, great debates today, bro. Yeah, Geo, I just used the wrong word. That was a blunder on my end. I appreciate you for the love, and I appreciate you for correcting me. Welcome in, Letty. Do you support Trump?
Deanie, spots on!
By the
they
way,
were a little bit
Dean, I'm
amped
gonna
up.
say something here. People think in your chat that I support Trump. I'm not joking. People think I'm here as a Trump supporter. Everybody, I know you got a lot of new people. I'm a friend of Dean. Dean's known me for a long time. I am not a Trump supporter. I am the farthest thing from Trump supporter. So please, for the love of God, do not think that I'm a Trump supporter, because I am not.
Yeah. Matt's
Sorry,
friendly.
I had to point that out.
He's not MAGA. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for debate, everybody. I don't know why it's so hard to find somebody. We'll get him up soon. Dude, Caitlin, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. That is K-A-I-T-L-I-N. Thank you so much for the love. Caitlin with 100 big ones says, as somebody who's been subject to SA, thank you for having a voice. I'm a lawyer by trade, and I still can't tell my story. Thank you. Listen, Caitlin, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry that we live in a society that has put you in a position where you can't tell your story. And I'm so sorry that you have to listen to assholes join up and demean that. I appreciate you for the $100. Please do show some major, major love to Caitlin. Kayla, I appreciate you for the $7 as well. I'm so sorry that triggered you. That was terrible. Then Kaylee and Daphne, I appreciate y'all for the $5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Hannah?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. So you're lying to me. So you could leave. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Morgan, appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Says keep party rocking. Trying my best out here. Amy, thank you for the $15. Who says I'm starting to think that you're getting so many horrible people on live because we're at the bottom of the barrel of Trump supporters. Everybody else has already jumped ship. True. It could just be like a selection bias thing. Thank you for the love, by the way. I appreciate you. Mary, thank you for the $1. And then Janaea, thank you so much for the $30. Who says, Vicarious trauma is a real thing. Take care of your mental health and maybe look into some different techniques to almost disassociate during your debates. Not because you don't care, but because this is intense, and meditation or yoga can be helpful. Yeah, unfortunately, I have been forced to go through like some levels of disassociation with what we do. I've had to disassociate from a lot of the things that we discuss in a way, just for my own mental health. I appreciate you for the $30 and the truth nuke, Janaea. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Janaea W's while we look for the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Silius, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you. Stafford, thank you for the $15 who says, Dean, take a break for a mental health break, please. I will if needed, but first I'm going to try to like work on other things that I do like when I'm not live, you know? Trinity, welcome in. You were on here yesterday, but you ended up leaving, I think?
No, you kicked me.
I remember you being annoying. Were you like not answering questions or like trolling?
I was answering all questions. You just kicked me, so I don't know what that was for.
Okay, I think that I may have kicked you because you just weren't giving an argument and being really annoying. But I could be wrong. So
No, you are wrong. You're talking about someone else. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm just telling you what I think I remember about our conversation. Listen, I could be wrong there, Trinity. So I'll give you another chance, but if like you're just not giving an argument and being annoying, I'm going to kick you again, okay?
Yeah, okay, let's do it.
So why do you support Trump?
Well, because he's not psycho. That's why.
Okay. Well, he's pretty crazy. I mean, he raped a woman. He
Where'd
called
you
for
have
the, he
evidence for
threatened to
that?
genocide. Yeah, the findings of a court. He also like threatened to genocide 90 million people. That was pretty crazy. He like threatened to invade our allies. He was like, we need Greenland. He considered a land invasion. That was pretty crazy.
Okay, where's your evidence though?
Well, I mean, all the things outside of the rape point were things like publicly and willingly exclaimed by himself. Like he exclaimed the threat of genocide in Iran in a post on Truth Social, saying that we might kill a whole civilization tonight. He exclaimed his intention to invade Greenland. That was, well, I mean,
You're not showing any sources. Like, you're not, like, showing me anything. You're just saying things.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I would expect you to know these things. Maybe you're just uneducated. Are you saying that you'd like to see the tweet where he called for the genocide of 90 million people?
Yeah, I guess. Like, show
I
me.
guess threaten the genocide. Okay, I mean, I could try to find that real quick. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing the stream out with a handful of friends. Appreciate y'all for being here. Julia, appreciate you for that future city. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Give me one moment. It's going to take a while to find it. I certainly post a lot. That is true. That is true.
It shouldn't take this long, by the way.
What's the argument for that?
Well, it shouldn't take this long.
What's
like,
the
why are
argument for
you
that?
taking so long? What do you mean? There doesn't need to be an argument. Like, I'm just saying you're
There doesn't
taking
need to be
so
an argument
long.
for claims. There needs to be arguments for claims.
No. Why do you type so loud?
Can you shut the hell up?
No.
Thanks. Here we go. Found it. All right. This was published by Donald Trump on Truth Social. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Don't want that to happen, but it probably will. That's him threatening genocide.
So you're showing me like AI stuff, right?
How do you know this is AI?
It is AI.
How do you know that?
Because it's obviously not real. Like, what?
How do you know that?
Because I know. It's AI.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I know. I know
How?
it's AI.
I'm asking you how you know.
Can you stop asking
No,
me
I'm asking you
how?
how you
Like,
know. No, I want you to answer. How do you know it's AI?
no, I'm not gonna answer it.
You're
I
gonna
know it's
refuse to
AI
explain how
because
you know
Trump
it's
would
AI?
never say that.
Okay,
So,
how do you know Trump would never say that?
Can you like stop being annoying?
How am I being annoying?
Pot calling kettle.
What?
Pot calling kettle.
What is your issue?
It's an idiom, a phrase. You know what an idiom is?
Why are you
I know
here?
what
Are
an
you
idiot
a
is, but
Trump
I mean,
supporter? Like you're a Trump supporter, right? That's why you're here.
Oh yeah, I'm a big Trump supporter.
Yeah, you
and
are.
I think I'm a big Trump supporter. So
Are you gonna answer the question how you know it's AI or not, bro? Basically, I'm asking you for the reason to believe it's
I'm
AI.
not your bro, so don't even. That's weird.
Sorry, bro.
Why are you weird? Like,
Are you gonna give the evidence / reason to believe that that's AI or not, bro?
it's AI. Just accept it.
Okay. Sorry, I don't accept things without reason. That's why I'm asking you to provide the reason. Leah, thank you for the.
I am doing that. There's
Okay,
reason.
and what
I
reason
said it's
did you
AI.
provide?
That's a reason.
No, I'm asking you for the reason to believe it's AI.
Yeah, that is the reason.
No. Let me ask you, if I say that you are a unicorn from Mars, do I therefore have reason to believe that you are a unicorn from Mars? Like, no, just because I say it doesn't give me reason to
Yeah,
believe
exactly. You literally said so much things about Trump, and it's probably not even real. So, like, what do you mean?
it. Okay. All right, Trinity, I see why I kicked you last time. Goodbye. Again. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you, folks. We understand why we kicked Trinity the last time. Yo, Grandma Diane and Tina, thank you both for the $50 donations. Tina, thank you for the 50 on Venmo, and Diane, thank you for the 50 on Super Chat. That is very, very kind of you both. Please do show some love to Diane and Tina. Diane didn't attach a message to the love, just sent it right on through. Diane, I'm very grateful for your love and support. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for supporting what we do. And Tina with the $50 says, for the rest break. Oh, I appreciate you. Maybe we'll go out to dinner or something tonight. Thank you so much for the love, Tina. Show some love to Tina in that chat. I'm very, 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 very grateful for you. What is today? Tuesday? Ooh.
The 4th.
Yeah. Thank you for the love, Tina. Same thing to you, Kate. Thank you for the $10. Who says, we're devolving as a country. At this rate, choosing the bear makes more sense every day. Take care of yourself. From a therapist. Thanks, Kate. Stephanie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I hope I got the right account. You sure do. Love what you do. I recently read a report that reported that men are more likely to be raped by men than to falsely be accused of rape. These men should walk with their backs to the walls at all times since they're so scared about false allegations. Interesting empirical data. I'd love to see that. And then thank you, Allie, as well, for the $5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hello.
How you doing,
Trump?
Dean? Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, big Trump guy. Netanyahu, too.
You like Netanyahu?
Sometimes.
Well, that's
Depends on
pretty
the
crazy.
day. Yeah, I know. I got issues.
Why do you like Netanyahu?
I mean, he's got a fun name to say.
Dean is single-handedly making MAGA be like cleanly and everything. Like, it's amazing.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the... Whoa, what the hell? Yo, Cody. Hey, dude, Cody, appreciate you so much for like the coolest fucking gift ever. I that was so cool. I had to show it to the YouTube stream. Thank you so much for the dragon. Thank you, Cody. Show some love to Cody down below. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you, Cody. The go Cody, appreciate you, man. Please do show some love to Cody. Really, really do appreciate you. Huge shout out to the goat. My goodness gracious, folks. My goodness gracious, folks. Trump lover 670. Do you support Trump?
Dean, can you fuck
No.
me?
Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Here we go. Moving on. Iana, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, recently broke up with my cheating boyfriend. I knew it was for the best, but it put it off for so long. Haven't been able to get out of bed. I saw that you were live and decided to clean my room and put his stuff in a box. Just want to say thank you. Well, I wish you the best of luck on that healing process. Seriously, Ileana. Been there before. It's not fun. Welcome in next. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Leah, thank you for the galaxies. How old are you?
I'm 18, born 2008, February.
Okay.
Last time.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let me thank a couple people before we hop into it, but then you kind of interrupted me, so take it away. I'll do that here in a moment.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say last time I came up, I had fallen asleep, so I got kicked.
Okay.
But I've been waiting for a couple hours, but yeah, I'm just gonna start with like an
Wait.
Aristotelian.
What's your birthday?
Yeah, I said my birthday was 2008 February.
Okay. God.
Yeah, I was just gonna start with like an Aristotelian syllogism as to why I support Trump. So we're just gonna be saying premise one: if trivialism is true, then the proposition Trump is objectively a good president is true.
If
Premise
what
two:
is true?
trivialism is true, and then obviously the antecedent follows from the consequent. I meant obviously the other way around.
So you said trivialism?
Yeah.
What is trivialism?
Yeah, trivialism is just the view that if a contradiction is true, then no, that's not the view, but it's just the view that every proposition is true.
It's the view that every proposition is true.
Yeah.
Do you think that every proposition is true?
Obviously, if I'm withholding
Do
trivialism,
you think the
then yes.
proposition that every proposition is false is true?
Yeah, sure. Wait, that doesn't actually contend with the proposition that Trump is objectively a good president, though.
Does it mean that he's also an objectively bad president?
Yeah, sure, but that doesn't contend with the actual argument here, given the Aristotelian syllogism that I presented.
So what's
if
the argument
we take it
that,
to be the case that
so what's the argument that every
true,
proposition is true is true?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. That doesn't actually contend with the main argument here.
Well, I'm asking you for the motivating reason to believe that trivialism is true.
Yeah, so we're just going to be saying premise one, at least one contradiction is true, and then premise two, if any contradiction is true, then every proposition logically follows via the principle of
So
explosion.
what's the motivating reason I should accept premise one?
What's the motivating reason you can accept premise one? Well, we should just like look at something like, we can just look at something like the liar man's paradox that says this proposition is false. If it's the case that this proposition is false, then it's true that it's false, and obviously you can see the contention with saying that this proposition is false.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do?
Wait, no.
You know what I'm gonna do?
The liar man's it's called the strength of might. That's that the synthesis is not true.
You know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I don't know if he's gonna accept it. I don't know if he's gonna accept it.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know. Just wait, just one moment. Quite frankly. Oh fuck! He accepted it. He accepted it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh
no.
no.
Cool guy, man. No cool guy or bridge, bro.
All right.
Wait, no.
All right, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Do you think that you could prove this guy wrong in 60 seconds?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to lay out the argument, but I think we could talk about trivialism.
So what's the argument for trivialism, sir?
Yeah, sure. I could just reassert the syllogism for you real quick. That's fine. Even though I'm gonna take this as a win for me.
Oh, sorry. Could you give the argument? Wait. Is a proposition that I won true?
So that's fine.
Okay,
that's
good.
Fine
So give the argument, please.
Yeah, so premise one, at least one contradiction is true. Premise two, if any contradiction is true, then every proposition follows via the principle of explosion. Conclusion one, therefore every proposition follows. Premise three, if every proposition follows, then every proposition is true. Conclusion two, therefore every proposition is true. Obviously, just gonna follow.
Yeah, so I mean, just like what's the support for like 1 and 2? I mean, as you know, most forms of paired consistent logic reject like disjunctive syllogisms, so they don't get explosion, right?
Yeah, I think we should just hold to classical logic in this case.
You think you should hold the classical logic in which you think dialetheia are true?
Yeah.
So you think that? Wait, can you just give me the 3 laws of classical logic real quick?
The 3 laws of classical logic?
Yeah.
Like, are we talking about law of non-excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, and
law of non-excluded middle? You're giving me
Yeah.
a logic argument, and the law of non-excluded middle. You mean non-contradiction?
Yeah, the law of non-excluded middle is just stating that something is either true or false.
No, it's not the law of non-excluded middle. It's the law of excluded middle.
Oh, my
You're
bad,
fucking-
my bad.
You're
Bro, go ask the person who gave you this argument to define some more terms for you, man. This is
Okay,
crazy.
accident.
Mr. Radcap, appreciate you for the wipe.
Yeah, no problem, man. Also, not that really you need critiques. It's like the most morally acceptable argument of all time. And it's pretty like, what does it mean to say that you did and didn't win? Like that's probably unintelligible, right? So I just, that's so dumb.
True. Appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah, no problem.
That was my really, really, really smart friend, everybody. Say W really, really, really smart friend in that comment section. Can we get some W really, really smart friends in the comment section? Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yeah, bro. Come up here LARPing on some dumb shit, and I'll throw Phil grad student at you. W radcap in that chat. W radcap in that chat while we move on to the next guest. Let's go. Big Rad. W Big Rad. He's officially gained the title Big Rad. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. I would appreciate you so much. Yeah, Goat Cap. W Goat Cap. We're just looking for some debates here, everybody. We got Richard loading up inside of the queue. All right. Next guest is loading in right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, please and thank you, everybody. We got the Cat Dad Republican loading in. Welcome in. The Cat Dad Republican. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
26.
Is it true that you're a cat dad?
I have 2 black cats, as you can see in the profile picture.
Well, then you shouldn't be a Republican. How could you be a Republican while loving cats?
Well, I can tell you why. I'm a Democrat. Computer, make this man gay and
Get
horny.
the fuck out of here! No! The computer will not make this man gay and horny. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Kason loading in. We got Kason loading in. All right, it doesn't look like Kason is loading in, so we'll also get another couple people loading in as well. We got Damarian Johnson loading in. Everybody just give us a moment. I don't know what's going on with the queue right now. We're trying to get somebody up here. But it looks like a lot of people inside of the queue are just AFK, possibly. So we got Nay loading in. We got Blake loading in. Blake, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, no, Blake hasn't loaded in either. Sorry, by the way, Mr. Matt. You've been on here for like, 20 minutes now, and we haven't been able to find a debate. Trust the process. We will find one soon. For those watching, if you actually want to help us get it. Okay, we're going to ban them. For those watching, if you actually want to help us get a guest, there are a couple things that you could do just by getting the live stream to push out across that FYP. First and foremost, you could just double tap away on that phone screen. Right now we're at 6 million likes. Let's try to get up to 7 million. So I could have all the comments really help us out a lot. Same thing with hitting that share button and then hitting that repost button. Really, like, engaging with a live stream helps it to shoot out across that FYP, which helps us get some Trump supporters in here. Dirge, do you support Trump? Dirge, hello, you're connected to the live stream? They're playing a video game. They were finally accepted onto the live. Just to not even know that they're on the live because they're playing a video game. How unfortunate. Felix?
Unfortunate.
Felix?
Yo, what's up, Dean?
No.
What's up, Dean?
Nuh-uh. Bad. Very bad. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Sienna loading into the box. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome in, Sienna. Do you support Trump? Sienna, do you support Trump? Welcome in, Sienna. Do you support Trump? Hello? Fucking hello? Sienna? Hello? Okay, Sienna's not here either. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Thank you. Thank you. This guy's name is Dingleberg. Let's go to get him loaded up.
Dingleberg?
Yeah, what a name. What a name.
Oh,
What a name.
Dinkelberg, right from a Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, that's where it's from. Okay. Dinkelberg is not connecting either. We're going to get somebody up here soon. Trust the process, folks. Trust the process. Tabs, thank you for the $10 who says, I just finished watching Obsession a few hours ago. I've been itching to watch your live all day so I could stop thinking about the disturbing scenes. That was a very disturbing movie. I think it was one of the best horror movies of the year, though, for sure. Me and my girlfriend really enjoyed it. Thank you for the love, by the way. I appreciate you. Same thing to Caitlin. Thank you for the $15. Who says, as a PI, it's crazy how everything these individuals claim will not stand in court because they simply cannot back it. LOL. Oh, dude. Oh, hell yeah. They can't back shit.
We are Cheryl Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name. Daddy Dean. Ha ha ha.
You have way too much fucking time on your hands. Get a life. Xena, thank you for the $15. I'm really sorry to hear that you're struggling with that. I wish you the best, Xena. Thank you for the $15. Welcome in, Cowboy. Do you support Trump?
Yes. I'm gonna be completely honest. The whole reason I came up in here to say I respect your reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. Out of everybody that disrespected him, you respected him, and I really enjoyed your debate with him.
Listen, man, I gotta be honest. You can say certain things about my reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. You know, like, I was shocked. That was, like, rough, okay? Watching somebody that I knew get their jugular ripped to shreds. That was rough. But I didn't respect him. I've never respected him. I don't respect him. I don't think that we should respect him. He was not a respectable guy.
I can understand that. Everybody has their own views. But
what if I could convince you on that?
What do you mean?
I think if you're a respectable guy, I can convince you that Charlie Kirk was not a respectable guy.
I mean, honestly, I'd give you that chance. But honestly, the main reason I wanted to say that was because rather than completely dogging him during his death, you actually respected his wife and kids.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, when he died, I felt bad. I did feel bad for the wife and kids. She should have stayed out of politics. She fucked herself with that one. That was a dumbass decision for her to make. That was a dumbass decision for her to make. Can we talk about how stupid it was for Erica Kirks to go into the limelight? Like, she should have just, like, stayed at home, been a grieving widow, and, like, not thrown herself in front of the world. But, like, because then when she did throw herself in front of the world's like, oh, shit. She is so weird. She's so creepy. What the hell?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I saw the fireworks at his funeral, though. That was pretty wild. Jack, do you support Trump?
Before I answer that, you need to pipe the hell down, puss.
Okay. Haha. You saw a funny video on your For You page. Are you here to debate me on why you support Trump? Apparently not. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for debate. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. We got Joelle loading up. Thank you so much, Skylar, for the $5. I appreciate you telling me to add a no bathing rule. Dude, apparently we need one. Fucking apparently, dude. Tiana over on PayPal, thank you for the $10. And I'm going to keep that sort of myself because I bet that's very triggering for some members of the audience. Just know I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Ryan. Thank you for the $12. Who says, watching from England, hard to watch some of the guests, but you're doing an amazing job. I appreciate you, bro. I agree. It is hard to watch some of the guests. Like, these people suck. Let's just be frank. They suck. And then Alexandria, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you, Alexandria. You guys have been so kind today. Thank you so much for that love. Let's show some love to Alexandria down below in that comment section for the $100 donation while we try to get that next guest connected. Huge shout out to Alexandria down below, who says, feel free to read this out loud, but that last guest I was making rape jokes reminded me of how I grew up with many young boys who made fun of my essay in 5th grade. And said that I liked it. Really appreciate you for everything that you do. It means the world to me. I'm so fucking sorry that you were not only taken advantage of, okay, but like also made fun of for it. And that is like one of the main reasons why that's just an unacceptable thing to do. It's unacceptable to joke about rape, not only in virtue of the fact that rape is rape, like we just have reasons by default not to joke about it because of how bad it is, but also because then like socially it leads to those outcomes of like little boys making fun of 5th grade girls who were essayed. I'm so sorry that you had to experience that, Alexandria. Thank you, Colton, as well, for the $14. Who says, Dean, so sorry that you have to deal with these assholes. I have a question. What is your PR on bench? Since you look fit, no glaze. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Colton. The most recent PR was like 260, maybe a little bit higher, maybe a little bit higher than 260 even. I stopped doing flat bench and exchanged that for decline with either a decline bench or like cable machines. A flat bench just really is not too anabolic, bro. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Yes.
How old are you, Lex?
25.
Okay, what year are you born in?
I'm sorry?
I don't even know. I asked you what year you're born in, but like clearly you sound like an adult, so I believe
2001?
you. Yeah, can you disconnect me from Bluetooth? We'll be able to hear you a lot better.
I'm on my AirPods.
Okay. I mean, if you're not in a loud environment, like you just happen to be like at home or like, you know, sitting in a car, like unless you're in a loud environment, we'd be able to hear you better if you disconnected from your AirPods, but they work. Like if you need them for whatever reason, they work. Okay. Yeah, listen, man. I have a couple more people to thank. I'll do that here in just one moment, though. I want to hear why you support Trump first. Take it away. I think he's taking off the AirPods. Hello? Oh, you went on pause. We can't hear you when you leave the app. Hello?
There we go.
There we go.
I was switching AirPods.
No worries. Like I said, I have a couple more people to thank, but I want to hear why you support Trump, so I'll weave those into the convo. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you're MAGA.
Okay. Well, quite frankly, I consider myself a friendly fascist. And, you know, I really do appreciate the president and all that he's set out to do, you know, absent a few things, but those aren't really deal breakers necessarily. You know, I really, you know, when he said a whole civilization,
and, you know, I consider myself.
Tonight, you called that genocide or wanting genocide.
It was a threat of genocide.
Like that. Well, I mean, that's your opinion, but
an opinion that I could argue because it's substantiated with facts.
Well, such as what, though?
Such as the fact that to threaten something means to exclaim the possibility of doing or the foreknowledge of doing in the future, which is what he did because he said that a whole civilization will die tonight. And then, of course, genocide would just be like, yeah, the intentional and systemic. Genocide. Well, genocide is what? The intentional systemic killing of an ethnic group or population. And, well, whole civilization is what? An ethnic group or population.
Well, you would have to consider those people.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you don't consider them people?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Can you tell us what your bio says?
The barbarity and savages.
Yeah. Can you tell us? Can you tell us what your bio says?
Necessarily human.
Can you tell us what your bio says, please?
I don't remember. You have to tell me. Please educate me.
No. It's literally not even in English. I'm just asking you what your bio says.
Remind me what it says.
He doesn't know.
Dominus.
It's one of the most famous Latin phrases. Dominus vobiscum. It means the Lord be with you.
Oh.
Yes.
It means the Lord be with you in Latin. So you believe in God.
Of course. I mean.
Which God?
There's only one God.
Which is the God of what religion?
Oh, well, Christianity.
Oh, Christianity. So you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you believe that under Christianity, all people are created equal?
No.
Okay. And could you please point us towards your interpretation of the scripture, specifically which verses of the scripture you use to justify your conclusion that all people are not created equal?
Well, scripture points to the chosen people of God. There are clearly favorites within humanity to God. Not everyone is truly, in fact, equal.
Okay.
At the end of the day, At the end of the day, the church.
So give us your interpretation of the scripture. Point us towards specific verses, please.
Oh, so you want me to go look it up, or what?
I mean, I'm just interested in like what possible explanation you have, because because clearly I'm just basically what I'm doing here is I'm asking you to like explain two things. You're saying that you think some people are barbarians undeserving of the right to live, okay, like children in Iran. Okay, I mean that claim on its own. Okay, what eye did the children in Iran take?
Well, there are going to be casualties and collateral damage in war.
Oh, no. Remember, it's not collateral damage because it was a threat of whole civilization dying. Do you think that those... Let me ask you a question here. Do you think that those children in Iran... One moment. Do you think that those children in Iran have a right to live?
No.
How do you determine who has the right to live?
Based on the actions of others? I mean...
Based on their actions.
When a whole civilization commits itself to barbarity,
so you're saying
civilization should not.
So check this out. There's going to be a couple things that I say here. So I asked you if they have the right to live, and you said no. One moment. I asked you if they have the right to live. You said no. Then I asked you, well, how do you determine who has the right to live? And then you said based on their actions. So you'd say that acting is a prerequisite for the right to life because you have to act in a particular manner. I would assume to act good, or something like that, in accordance with your upside down definition of good, and you have to act bad to not have it. Okay, so just to clarify, you are like pro-choice all 9 months, since fetuses can't act, therefore they don't fulfill the necessary preconditions of having the right to life, therefore they don't have the right to life?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Okay, so good boy. Thank you so much for conceding to your father. Now the next thing is, where in Scripture, because you're a Christian, am I right in assuming that you base your normative framework of ethics off of the Christian Bible?
I'm simply pointing to the fact that in Scripture, God...
No, you're not answering my question. I asked a very specific question. Do you base your normative view of ethics, your ethical theory, just your ethical theory, off of the Bible?
No.
Okay, so what do you base your ethical theory off of?
Theocratic fascism.
Okay. And why does theocratic fascism inform your ethical theory? Why is that the justified basis of an ethical theory?
Some aspects of theocracy, some principles of theocracy are objectively good for society.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question here. Okay. I asked you why you base your ethical theory off of theocratic fascism, and then your responses is because you think it's good for society. No, what I'm asking you is, how do you determine what's good in the first place?
Because I said so.
Because God said so?
Well, if I'm saying...
Or you. Is it because you said so, or is it because God said so? What serves as a because you said so? You serve as a foundation for morality?
Yes.
Okay, so if you serve as a foundation of morality, are you God?
No.
Okay, so therefore God does not serve as a foundation. So I just want to clarify.
One moment.
Oh,
so
no, that's not true. That's not true because that's not what you said. I asked you where does good come from. No, you need to calm down and listen to your father. I asked you where does good come from, and you said yourself. Something is good because you said so.
I had trouble determining your gender.
Yes, your father intellectually... your father socially, I kind of argue in all senses. I'm honestly just doing a charity work by talking to you. It's almost kind of like a pro bono thing that lawyers do. But we're going to go put you back on mute. So I asked you where you think good ultimately comes from, the ultimate source of goodness. And you said yourself, because you said so. So then I asked you if you were God. You said no. So therefore morality doesn't come from God. There can only be one ultimate source of morality. You said it was you. Therefore it couldn't be anything but you. Therefore it couldn't be God. Okay, you walked that back. You said, well, no, actually morality comes from God. Okay. So we agree, outside of Jesus, that God isn't a person walking the earth. Once again, outside of Jesus and the time that he spent with us and what he, told us, passed down, whatever. God isn't a speakerphone on every street corner. God isn't, a friendly librarian that you could confine in to learn more about right and wrong. No, God is an immaterial creator of all, the uncaused cause, the unmoved mover, so on and so forth. And my question for you is, well, how do you know what God thinks is right and wrong if God is the source of morality? Well, the typical Christian answer is that he reveals it to us. And how
Are you
does he
Christian?
reveal it to us? I just happen to be more knowledgeable in Christianity than you are. And how does God share his revelatory moral truths with us? Through Scripture. So
Do you believe
if
in
you
God?
if you uphold
Our
the
God?
argument, one moment, if you uphold the position that the ultimate source of goodness is God, well, then you have to hold the position that he ultimately reveals what is good, reveals what is not good, so we can know and distinguish between right and wrong through his Scripture. So if God is the source of morality, and Scripture is the body which reveals morality to us as human people, where inside of Scripture do we learn that not everybody has the right to life? Where inside of Scripture do we learn that you get your right to life by doing good things? And where in Scripture do we learn that you lose a right to life by doing general, vaguely bad things? Where inside of Scripture do we learn that? Because you make the claim that that is a moral truth. You made the claim that God is the source of moral truths, and you accept that he reveals those moral truths through the Scripture. So where in Scripture do we find that?
Oh, you're Jewish. That's what I'm smelling.
So no, for your own interest, I'm not. But this is not an answer to the last thing I asked you. I understand that you and other Nazis like to throw the word Jewish around when you lose a debate. You're very obsessed with Jewish people. Very so much obsessed with Jewish people. But you're not answering to the argument.
The
I'll
controlling
repeat the
force of the
argument.
world, you might be obsessed with them.
Well, I mean, I think that you make them the controlling force of your world by basing your entire worldview off of Jewish people. I mean, look, you just lost a debate to some 21-year-old white boy on TikTok, and then your first response is to say you must be Jewish. It's like you want to be oppressed by Jewish people, because I'm intellectually oppressing the fuck out of you right now, and your first assumption is that I'm Jewish. It's almost like you want it. But no, seriously, respond to my argument. Let's stop playing around. Okay, you made the claim that God is the ultimate source of morality. You accept that he reveals his moral truths to us through Scripture. And you made the claim that a moral truth that has been revealed to you is that not everybody has the right to life, and the right to life is determined based on the things that you do. Where in Scripture do we find that? If the Scripture is the revelatory goods of God, well, that we read to learn about the fruits of God, about God, I mean, depending on your metaphysical commitments of what God is. Maybe you're Thomas, we don't need to get into that. My point is, where in Scripture do we read that not everybody has the right to life, and that people get the right to life by doing good things and lose it by doing bad things? Where in Scripture do we find that? What is your response?
Oh, thank you for unmuting me. Jewish oppression really never gets old.
Stunlocking fascists and making them gag on their own fucking spit never gets old. Where are you? Do you even know where you're at? What? Do you even know what's going on?
What was your question? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Wow, you really are lost. You really are turned around. Sure, I'll ask you for the third time. You made the claim that you know one of God's moral truths. You made the claim that one of God's moral truths is that not everybody has the right to life, and you get it based on the things you do. Okay, and you accept that the Scripture is God's revelatory standard in which he informs us of goodness and the lack thereof. So where in Scripture do we find that not everybody has the right to life, and that you gain it based on the things that you do? Where in Scripture do we read that? Since Scripture is God's revelatory standard, where he reveals what is good and he reveals what is not good.
Well, actually, Christ himself, told his disciples, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, which is giving deference to a state sovereign government. If a government's objective...
Whoa. We're not talking about government. We're talking about moral truths. Okay? So I'm asking you about... because you already accepted that the source for morality is God. Is God a government? No. So therefore, the source for morality isn't a government. The source for morality is God. God, not government. Source of morality, not government. Is this so fucking hard for you to comprehend with your fucking pea brain or lack thereof?
Says the guy with the high school diploma.
Yeah, that's whipping your ass. I said, pea brain or lack thereof.
It's a matter of perspective.
Well, it couldn't be a matter of perspective when there's not even two. I want to clarify. It can't be a matter of perspective when there's only one perspective? My perspective. You said that God is the standard of goodness. You agree that God reveals, the revelatory goods of God come from Scripture. And the question is, where in Scripture do we read that not all people have the right to life and you have to do certain things in order to get it? What's your perspective? Oh, are you Jewish? What's your perspective? Well, I'm going to gargle on my own spit for 30 seconds because I don't know how to respond. What's your perspective? Says a guy with a high school diploma. Oh, what's your perspective? Fucking confusion? You said, oh, well, something about governments and, oh, well, God is in a government, therefore the source of goodness is in a government. Okay. All right. So your perspective was silence, ad homs, and logical contradictions. Thanks for playing, bro. Thanks for playing. Yeah, fascism loses again. Holy fucking shit. Where are you at? Oh, sorry, I muted you again. I'm oppressing you like you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're retarded, but that's okay.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. See, guys, we all have a knee-jerk reaction, at least good people. Culture, I appreciate you for all the for all the motorcycles. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. We all have, at least, you know, I would say the vast majority of people have, rational people have a belief that fascism is bad and that Nazis are wrong. And, you know, we shouldn't platform these people. And I'm not going to lie, I made a decision to leave him on the stream. To give him the mic and let him try his best. And I made that decision because I knew with full confidence that I would embarrass him unlike any other guest that's been on the stream today. Why? So everybody now knows why. Why this is bullshit. Why it's wrong. Why it's incorrect. Why it's incongruent with rationality. That right there is a 2-minute example of why fascism is incongruent with rationality. All these quote-unquote Christian fascists that are flooding your, I don't know, Twitter feed. Okay, that's why they're wrong. That's why they're idiots. That's why they're morons. That's why they are completely incorrect. Let's go and get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be in America.
I agree with you that I should have spoke to him, so good job.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what we're going to debate him on? Scripture? He doesn't know Scripture. Like,
no.
Yeah,
he was digging his own hole.
True. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd appreciate that, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest, Courtney, up. Alrighty. Welcome in, Courtney. Do you support Trump? Okay, Courtney's not here. Amon, A-M-O-N, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Appreciate you, Amon. That is really kind of you. Thank you so much for that love. Show some major love to Amon down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Amon down below for the $100. That is ridiculous. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you, Amon. Amon with $100 says, hey, buddy, I'd love to join, but I don't feel like bathing right now. See you one of these days. Very funny, Amon. Very funny. Very hilarious. I appreciate you for the love and very fucking funny. Thanks, Amon. DMI, do you support Trump? He's also playing a video game. Let's hear. Thank you for the $11. Who says, I'm sorry that you're having a hard time, and I know that you want to think it with my life blowing up in my face, but I'm a qualified therapist, and if you ever want to talk about things, well, I appreciate you, and good for you. You do a lot of good for the world. Shout out to all of my medical health professionals, including therapists. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Jack, for the $2 as well. Kayla, thank you for the $6. Corey, thank you for the 10, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching almost every day since mid-April. First time donating. My fiance gets super annoyed about it, but she and I back you 100%. Please use this to get yourself a drink on me. Those couple of quote-unquote men in the car made me very angry, though. Much love from Idaho. Well, shout out to you and your wife, Corey. I love hearing about like couples that will watch me together. I think that's super cute. Let's go to get the next guest lane connected to the box right now. Thank you as well, Lawston, for the $3 page. Thank you for the $5. And Alyssa, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate y'all. Mike, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, letting you know that you are changing minds and you're doing good work. I'm blue collar and voted for Trump in 2016. Been trying to deprogram over the last decade, and well-spoken people like you have been a big help. I'm so happy that we've been a big help, bro. Yeah, I think that the voice of your peers, those that are informed, are a really big help with the deprogram. And I mean, I know that's what helped me. I owe a lot of it to one of my best friends growing up for pulling me out of the cult when I was like 15. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Anthony?
So I'm kind of conflicted at the moment. I don't really know anymore.
Okay. You don't know if you still support him. Well, I guess it's a good thing that you know that you don't support him.
I like some of the stuff he's doing.
Well, what is he doing that you like?
I like the stuff he's doing with the border. I work blue collar, so I do understand. So, especially in my industry, there are a lot of jobs that do go to illegal immigrants, which take away from people like me who are just trying to make a living. But I don't like everything else he's doing with, like, I don't like ICE. I like the, stricter borders and whatnot. I don't like ICE. I'm very upset with what he's doing in Israel and all that. I don't think that we should be in Israel. I don't think that's any of our business. So I'm trying to figure out, because I'm not a Democrat, but I don't really like Trump anymore either. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Why are you not a Democrat? Why are you not on the left in general?
There's just some things that the left supports that I just can't get behind, like
what?
Like abortion. I'm a Christian. I'm very pro-life.
Actually, you could be a Christian and be pro-choice.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing. It's just something like, if abortion is going to be a thing, I know her body, her choice, but I also think I should be able to have a say in that at least.
Why?
Well, because, it takes two to tango. It's my kid, too, at the end of the day.
Listen, I agree that it takes two to tango, but it doesn't take two to maintain the pregnancy. It takes only one person to maintain the pregnancy, the woman. Just because a fetus is growing in her body. And when we say that men should have control over a woman's decision to get an abortion, well, that control would only be non-trivially relevant in two cases. The two cases that you disagree with a woman. She wants to keep it and you don't, or she doesn't want to keep it and you do. Okay, in either of those two scenarios, you are telling a woman what she should or shouldn't be able to do with her body. And frankly, I don't think that consent to sex encompasses consent to 9 months of possibly giving a man control over your body. And if it did, then I don't think women would be consenting to have sex with men anymore.
Honestly, I've never looked at it that way. I appreciate you for enlightening me a little bit. I'm a very open-minded guy. I've never really looked at it that way before.
Yeah, and look at it this way. I'm also willing to admit that it's unfair. But that's the way the world is. And if the world were different, where men were the people that got pregnant instead of women, well, then you'd have the choice. But do you want to live in that world?
Not really, no.
And okay, that's a selfish thing to say, but I mean, I get it. Like, I don't want to get pregnant either. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's unfair. That's no woman's fault. That's just like, I guess maybe you're a believer in God. It's God's fault for making women the people that get pregnant. Okay. And the only world where you would be the one with that choice would be in a world where you were the one that gets pregnant. But we agree. We don't really want to live in that world. Pregnancy is hard, man.
Yeah, and I feel like this is probably very selfish, but like if I were to get a girl pregnant or whatnot, like I would be a part of that kid's life. But I know that's not the case for everyone at all. But I would be a part of that. I would want to be a part of it. So that's where I'm kind of like conflicted in that.
And that needs to be considered, because like nationwide policy is not about you. Okay, it's about everybody, not just you. Okay, and we acknowledge that there's a lot of shitty men out there. Probably more shitty men than non-shitty men. Okay?
Yeah, no, I agree.
So why go from saying that because you think that you would want to be a part of a child's life, that therefore all women should be forced to maintain their pregnancy? Even if you think abortion is wrong, I mean, that doesn't bridge the gap to why you think it should be illegal either. There are probably plenty of things that you think are wrong. You're a Christian. Sex outside of marriage, drugs and cigarettes and liquor beyond certain extents, white lies, or even sometimes big lies, cheating on your partner. Okay? You think all those things are wrong, just like abortion, but you don't think they should be illegal.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the best Christian. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't even think it should be illegal. I just think in certain situations, like I think abortion is very useful. Like if a girl gets raped, I don't think it's fair to force her to have that baby at all.
Well, if you admit to not being the best Christian, why do you think that the law should force pregnant women that were pregnant from consensual sex to be the best Christian? Okay? You make choices that separate you from God, and you do so legally. Why can't they? Why shouldn't they be able to at least legally do that? I understand that you would disagree with that decision. Well, why can't they at least have the right to legally do that?
You make a good point there. I'm not gonna lie. You make a really good point, actually.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man. Everybody's like walk with God is different. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this as somebody that's now agnostic, but considered myself a Christian for a long time. Everybody's walk with God is different, and no one's perfect. No one will forever be perfect outside of Jesus Christ Himself. And I think it's reasonable to say that at least in the circumstance of abortion, that women should be able to choose their quote unquote walk with God themselves, just because the consequences are so immense. Like if they don't want to be the best Christian because they want to avoid a lifetime of responsibilities to a child, or they want to avoid having to marry their abusive boyfriend, or they don't want their future child to have an abusive dad. Okay, like that should be legal. I mean, I bet the times that you were out of your walk with God, it's not for such grave reasons. It's probably for smaller reasons.
Yes.
Because the consequences and the reasons for getting an abortion are just so much more meaningful for women. They should definitely at least have the legal ability to figure out their walk with God on their own on that one without having the law forcing them or telling them to do a certain thing.
Dean, I think you may have changed my mind, man.
Dude, cool, bro. I'm really happy.
I've never really heard it from another perspective before. So hearing it from another perspective kind of gives me a little bit more insight onto what I'm believing and whatnot.
Yeah, and listen, man, I promise you it's a good perspective to hold, because we're literally just talking about the women that have consensual sex, not the women that were raped, not the women that have like life-altering complications onset by the pregnancy. And those women are impacted too by these abortion bans, man. Like the mortality rate for pregnant women has doubled in Texas since they implemented their heartbeat ban for abortion. Just because when you ban elective abortions, it adds like an additional boundary or barrier that a doctor has to jump over before they could perform a life-saving abortion, because now they have to check their legal boxes and ensure that this woman is actually dying from the abortion, which from the pregnancy, which in many scenarios is just leaving her to die on an operating table for 4 days before she's on the literal brink of death, and then at the very last moment they're legally allowed to perform the life-saving abortion. So there are a lot of reasons to think that abortion should be legal.
And I got two more things for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about the stricter border policies? Not ICE specifically, not them deporting people, because I don't like. A lot of my friends are not from here, so I don't like that at all. But what do you think about the stricter border policy? Is that something that you're against necessarily, or?
I don't even think we have stricter border policies. I think that undocumented entry has gone down a lot. I don't think that's because of stricter border policy. I think that's because of the deportations.
So do you think?
And everything that ICE is doing. ICE is like terrorizing people, and it seems like you agree with this. People are just scared away now. They don't want to come in because they're scared of getting killed. They're scared of getting illegally deported and tortured. They're scared of getting terrorized. So they just kind of turned around and they no longer want to come in. I don't think that's because of stricter border policy, though.
So do you think if with stricter border policy, I guess necessarily, like, let's patrol the border more? And like I said, I work in construction, and that's something that I notice is a lot of jobs that could go to, not even necessarily not immigrants, but just people who do the right thing and come here the right way. Not necessarily like there's obviously exceptions like asylum and things like that, but like people who are just coming here just for whatever and just crossing the border illegally. And so like we patrol the border more and whatnot. Would that be?
I think under the right conditions, that's fine, and I think that most people agree.
Okay.
Like under the right conditions of like expediting the legal means of entry and making them really accessible to people who want them. It's fine to then crack down on undocumented entry.
And my last thing. Sorry,
go ahead. No. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I have nothing else to say on that point.
You're good. What's up with all the dudes in the bathtubs?
Dead. I don't fucking know. But listen, man, you sound like a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for, maybe changing your mind on abortion. That's a big one. That's a really big one. So I really appreciate you for that. It'd be cool if you continue to tune into the live streams because I'd like to see what else I could change your mind on, bro. And I appreciate you for your time today, Anthony.
I appreciate you letting me join. Thank you.
Yeah, you take care, bro.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Holy fuck. The first quasi-reasonable person I've spoken with in, ever.
One thing that's interesting, Dean, is whenever people bring up the shutting down of the border thing, I always wonder what they mean by that, because what that actually means in practice is basically closing down the legal means of entering. So that's essentially what it means. And so I'm always a little bit wondering what they're actually trying to get across with it, because all you're saying is the very ways that you want people to come in, you're closing it down. So then what's the whole point of actually having the process to begin with when you're going to close it down?
Yeah, true. I agree with you. I think that a lot of people are really dazed, lost, and confused on the topic of Border Patrol and just immigration legislation as a whole, because it's really complicated. It's really nuanced. There's a lot that goes into it. It's not an easy task to undertake, becoming proficient and knowledgeable about. And for the most part, people just kind of look at what the people on the TV are saying. If the person on the TV is saying immigrants bad, I'm like, oh yeah, just immigrants bad, bro. Because the undertaking of learning about immigration and all of its nuances is a big one. On the opposite side of the queue, if you do happen to be MAGA folks, couple people to thank you real quick. Thank you for the $30 Australian over on Super Chat, Mr. Craig, who says, Dean, first time watching live as I live in Australia. I'm one of your VOD watchers. Let's go, Mr. Craig. We're so grateful for you. You give an old gay couple from Melbourne. Hope that the younger generation has got this. Thanks. Amazing. Well, shout out to you and your significant other, Mr. Craig. I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Thank you for watching the VODs. I love that. That's awesome. Over on Venmo, thank you for the $15, Kayla, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for making my birthday shift in EMS a bit better with your debates. Happy birthday! Could you please shout out my partner, Ron, and I? Shout out to Ron and you, Kayla. We adore you. P.S. My MAGA mom wants to debate you tomorrow from my account. Okay, Kayla, we could definitely figure that one out. Send me another message tomorrow. Let's do it. Thank you for the $15. Jason, thank you for the $10. I'll keep your message to myself. You know why, but you shut up, Jason. Jenna, thank you for the $15, who says, have you heard the recording of Todd Blanche stating that they will 100% institute a nationwide abortion ban? We are living in hell. I've not seen that. No.
Yeah, he said that. He said that yesterday, I think.
Really?
Yeah, he said he's working on through all legal means to basically put in practice to make sure that Dobbs is instituted throughout all the states, something like that. So
well, the Dobbs decision just gave the decision back to the people and their representatives. What is enforceable from the Dobbs decision?
But I think what he meant. Now, from my interpretation, I think what he meant is that he wants to prevent any type of federalization of abortion rights, and he wants to just move it back to the states. But I think, but that also could be interpreted as challenging certain states and their rights based on what they're doing. So he left it a little bit vague. I think people are saying take Dobbs at its most fundamental level and then applying it to the states would therefore roll back some of those rights. So
yeah, I mean that's
because
terrible.
Dobbs isn't just giving it back to the states. Dobbs is also the opinion that certain rights of abortion may go too far. Certain rights in abortion may actually be not be federalized. All that kind of stuff. So
yeah, that's terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. Rami, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo, who says she's fighting against feminism, and feminism is the only reason why she could hold the position. It could be in the position that she's at. I think Rami sent that. Rami's probably watched it a little bit later, back in the VOD when we were talking to that crazy lady. Oh my goodness, she sucked. Scott, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. God dang, Scott. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Scott with the 50 says, Scott simply some sincerely sane socialist financing folks fighting quote-unquote friendly fascists. Hey, nice tongue twister. It also is one that actually makes sense. I appreciate you for financing a sane person fighting friendly fascists. Yeah, quote-unquote friendly fascists. That was wild. Why would he call himself that? Appreciate you for the $50. Elizabeth and Xander, appreciate you guys for the $3 and the $10. Thanks, Xander. On that, Austin, thank you for the $3. And Paige, thank you for the 4. And Alyssa, thank you for the 5. We're actually at 4 hours today, everybody. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to end it right here pretty sharply because I also have to go use a restroom. Matt, thank you for joining, and I'm so sorry that you couldn't get a good opportunity to talk to some
No,
of
it's
these
fine.
idiots.
No, I was happy to be here, and I'm always happy to be here. You were making good points, so it's always there's no point in interrupting a well argued point. So
Well, thanks, man. I feel like I've been doing a lot better recently. I feel like I have been like leveling up in my debatability.
yeah, I agree.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
it's very
just
good.
me.
So no, I agree. It's very good. So
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Well done.
Well, thanks for joining, Matt. I hope you have a good
course.
rest of your day. Show some love to
Yep.
Matt in that chat.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care, dude.
Take care. Hey, for everybody watching, seriously, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for joining today. Regardless if you were watching for 5 minutes or 2 hours or 4 hours, it's always good to have you here. If you think that you ever maybe want to see the stream again, I go live 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can. If you hit that follow button at the top left-hand corner of the phone screen on TikTok, that's awesome. That's great. You should hit that follow button. Hell yeah. Also, if you're over on YouTube, drop a sub. Same thing applies over there. And Santana, he's going to be going live in 15 minutes. So when he goes live, make sure to show him some love. Crazy debates. Oh my goodness. We'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.